I have 11 o'clock. We have a busy work session agenda. Superintendent's updates. First on the agenda, Dr. Mackey.
Thank you,
And I hope
Dr.
we can go for
Reynolds.
lunch at noon, Dr. Mackey.
Yes.
We have lunch whenever you want. Well, not for 11:30. I think that's when they bring it. So we've got these young folks from Scottsboro High School here, and I've asked them if they first just a little more introduce themselves. We know they're all juniors, but if they have any plans after high school already to tell us those things, and then I warned them that you might ask them some hard questions, but I told them if they did, that they could turn it around and ask you hard questions, so let's all be careful. But anyway, let's just start down there. Start with your sponsor. Why don't you? Yes.
Okay. My name is Beth Strickland, and I am the Beta Club sponsor at Scottsboro High School, and it has been an absolute joy this year to get to work with these guys and to get to we have many different students doing different things, but it's been a real joy this year, a highlight of our year certainly. And so we're really excited to keep going and building this and making it even bigger and better. One thing I love about Beta Club is it really reaches kids who may not be, the star of the football team or, into the things that we think of that are so common, but they might be an artist or, a photographer or something like that. And so it really gives kids a good place and helps them assimilate with their school. And so that's kind of our goal as a club, is to have, just to kind of reach out to those kids and showcase the things that they can do.
I'm Tori Lynch, and I am a junior at Scottsboro High School. And Beta is really just felt like another home to me. It's really awesome. Every time I go to practice and stuff, it's just, I don't know, we can all laugh and stuff and practice, and it's just, it was a long journey, but it was awesome. State was awesome, nationals. But I don't really have an exact plan yet for after high school, but I was thinking something in the medical field down there, but I'm not really sure yet. So.
My name's Alex Holder. I'm also a junior. For me, Beta lets me show off my talents in other ways and represent my school in a major way. We've represented our school at state and national convention, and now we're representing Scottsboro High School here, which I think is awesome. We love our faculty and staff, and we just want to show them the best way we can. And for me, after high school, I'd like to go into education and be a middle school teacher. I enjoy working with kids. I work with the kids at our church under our children's minister and different camps and stuff. So that's what I plan to do.
If you had said that earlier when I was superintendent here, you would have gotten 5 job offers.
Well, my name's Holland Griggs. I'm also a junior, and for me, Beta Club, I'm really glad Beta Club started up when I got to the high school, because it's given me so many opportunities to just branch out. I love singing all the time. You can ask my parents, I'm singing 24/7. They're always mad at me for singing. they love it sometimes. But yeah, it's just given me that pathway to get into places with singing, and I really appreciate that. After high school, I would like to work in dentistry, preferably go to UAB for dental school. That's where I would love to go. And yeah, that's pretty much it about me.
My name's Kyle Wright. As everybody else, I'm also a junior at Scottsboro High School. One thing that's special about Beta Club is I've met so many different people from so many different backgrounds across the country. I have friends from any state in the eastern United States that you can think of, and it's awesome because I get to understand how everything is different for everyone else, and we all have different backgrounds, we all have different circumstances in our life, and it's just good to get a perspective from other people. And then after high school, I plan to be a high school teacher. And I also want to coach basketball, so that's what I would like to do. That's about it.
You'll get some job offers before you leave, right?
On behalf of the board and all the audience, we appreciate you. Scottsboro is a real jewel in Jackson County in North Alabama, and it is growing rapidly now. And a lot of it is growing because of the development, some of y'all's families are moving and actually working in Huntsville. So it's part of the great metropolitan area that I'm pleased to be part of, and pleased that you're beautiful and you're talented and you're obviously very bright. And thank you all for coming and sharing with us, and your superintendent as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Do you still have the captain's ceremony? Y'all do the captain's ceremony?
We are gonna do it this year. We did not do it last year. We're gonna start that this year.
That'd be like.
Incidentally, you said your family didn't like your singing. I saw your mom behind you, so I.
Well, I guess she likes it some of the time.
Thank you very much.
Thank y'all
I
for
have
having
a
us.
question, please.
Yes, ma'am.
We know that practice makes perfect, and I mean, you all were in harmony and everything. How often do you all practice? Because I know you have other things.
Probably just as much as we practice sports. We
Really?
practice about at least 3 or 4 times a week when we have events coming up. For state convention, our senior beta was formed maybe a month and a half before convention, so we had very little time to prepare, but it came together.
You all are great. Keep it
Thank
going.
you very much.
Anyone else?
Well, I have to say, I appreciate when I saw the list of all the different achievements that you had. They were so varied.
Yes.
And social studies, economics is always close to my heart. And so I saw that you had placed first place in 9th grade social studies. And in your first year, I thought that was quite the accomplishment. So kudos to you for that, but for all the achievements and all the awards that you've earned this year.
Thank you.
We have some new sponsors that are gonna come help us, so hopefully we'll be able to spread below a bit. So anyway, we can, it's fun.
So how many are there altogether?
In the total club, we have about 140, but we had 43 that attended state convention, and then we had 40 that attended national convention. So some of them didn't go for one reason or the other, but. so we did that.
Excellent, good.
Excellent.
Good deal.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck when I say goodbye.
We need one of those permanent
Oh, we need a shark
Sharpie, we want to sign
We can
it.
send for one upstairs, if they can hang on.
Before they leave.
Sharpie,
I want to
so
say
they
I
can
knew what they
sign.
wanted to bring.
Has a Sharpie, I think, there's a teacher. Who walks around with a Sharpie?
Okay, we want to.
Hold on a minute. Take it back, and I'll get them. You want to take them up?
They're gonna get them signed and return back.
All about your teaching career.
Without objection, they're gonna sign it and redistribute. All right? Now, Dr. Matthew.
Yes, sir. So, we, today, Dr. Reynolds mentioned, of course, there's a lot covered in the work session. I know some of you have to leave early. Here's what our plan is, and I'm going to see if you want to adjust the plan. So, items A through E are all in response to either presentations board members asked for, well, they're all presentations board members asked for last month or in the last month. And so we started, our plan was to start with the budget request. Now, remember, last year we did the budget in the retreat, and it took about 4 hours to go through. So our plan had been to try to ask Brandon to whittle it down to 2 hours, but that would go to well after lunch, and then the other things. If you'd rather do some of the other things first, and we can do the budget after lunch, that's fine. I mean, we can go through the budget as fast as you want to. It took 4 hours because y'all wanted to know about individual line, and I think that's good. Remember that the budget will take 3 board meetings. So it's not all of it. So we'll do today, and this is so you have an introduction to it, so you can think about it, and talk to superintendents and others in your area. Next month is the formal work session presentation of the budget. So we want this month, these include, the numbers you see will include all the things that our staff have asked for and said they need for their programming. I've talked to Ryan Hollingsworth with SSA and Sally Smith at AASB because they always have input to what their priority's going to be. They have not done their priority list with their members yet. So that will come in between now and next month, I think. But then in September, we would have a more formal presentation, have it kind of tidied up based on today's discussions and input we get over the next 4 weeks. Then in October, you have to approve a recommendation because we have to have it to the governor's office by November 1st. Some of you will remember that used to be December 1st, and we didn't even start this process till October. But when they moved their process back, it pushed everything back. And so it's a little confusing to all of us, and certainly to the people out in the field, because they're not even implementing they're not even implementing next year's budget yet, and we're already talking about the budget for the year after next.
Dr. Mackey, can you finish item A through E before 12? And then have the budget discussion, because I don't know how long you're gonna last after we return for lunch. That's the way the agenda says, unless you wanted to change it.
Well, I mean, if we go through items A through E before lunch, that just means, it just means we just have to do them all fast.
I said, can you?
10 minutes.
I'm not directing you, I said, can you?
I
I
mean,
think not.
Probably not.
Okay,
not if y'all have any questions on them.
let's proceed with A through E then.
Okay, so you want to start with the budget?
No, is,
The budget is A,
yes.
okay? Dr. Payne, if you'll come up, we'll start with the budget. He has some big handouts for you too. So, last year we put it on giant paper for you. So we've got some giant handouts to help. So what Dr. Payne is passing out, remember last year we took it in this format. So what you're gonna see are line items. You're gonna see the 23 appropriation. So that's the budget that will start October 1st. What our staff, with our staff's input, what we have now for the 24 appropriation, and then you see the difference. And then in the last column, you see the notes. These are coming from staff members and people in the field about why they need increases, or in some cases, why they're being level funded. And so, just realize the 23, of course, is set in stone because that's the budget the legislature passed, goes into operation this spring, this October. The 24 line item can be adjusted, and we expect it to be adjusted. Some today in the discussion, and then again over the next few weeks before. But that's the one you'll be voting on in October, is that 24 request. And Dr. Payne's put all this together, he's done a great job.
Before your comment, and that's a comment about the 23 budget, I've had people ask me why their salary didn't increase and their allocation didn't start when school started, and I've tried to explain to them that the fiscal year and the funding is set by the legislature. And that October 1 is not something that we control.
Right.
And local school systems, if they spend money earlier, it has to come out of local funds. So the clarity of the FY budget, the 23 budget starts October 1.
Correct. So
And all those people that announced teacher raises and increase in funding, those things do not begin until this appropriation year starts October 1.
that's correct. Any state raises or state changes do not go into effect October 1.
And it's important that information be clear from the board, and that that's not some error or discrepancy.
Right. Dr. Payne?
Yes, sir. Be glad to. So if you will, we'll just kind of start at the top with our O&M for the department, and we'll kind of go down through there. And I'll answer any questions you have if we go by each one. Some of these are other line items that are included in there that are not part of our section request. And so as I start with that, one thing I would say is I greatly appreciate Ms. Martin and her section leaders on the Division of Instruction side for their submissions, for their work while getting their FY23 set up to go ahead and look at FY24 and to predict what they would need there. It was a tremendous team effort from all of them to bring that in. So I bring you the notes. Several of them are in the room today, so they may have additional comments if we need them. But as we look at O&M for the SDE, You can see the appropriation of $30,650,156 for FY '23. We're asking for a $3 million increase in our operations and maintenance, and two main factors in that. One is an increase in an earmark for unmet capital needs, which is something that Dr. Mackey has discretion over as it comes up. We had one instance I can give you, for example, this past year where we had an elementary school in Wilcox County that burned, and they needed some additional funds above the insurance to get that remediated so that they could at least be able to get the year started without the building being there in its state after the fire. And so that money was increased in the earmark by the legislatures for '23, so we're trying to cover that earmark where we can get additional funds for us, but also in there the cost of living adjustments. The past three that have been enacted by the legislature, we have not received additional funding in our O&M to cover that, and so with this last one coming in at 4%, it creates a burden on our operating cash for our O&M to manage other things within the building, so we wanted to ask for that as well. So that one goes up $3 million. The next one,
Excuse me,
children's.
Dr. Payne, one quick
Yes.
question. Realizing that the LEAs did get monies in reference to COVID, the LEA post-COVID support, what would that entail?
So some of that would be is during the time that COVID was going on, the individuals that worked in the department that would typically have traveled to do administrative reviews or technical support were not doing so.
Okay,
And so we see that coming back now. We're starting to do that already, and we know that the travel for that will be an incurrence of our state people that have to do that work. So that's where that comes in.
okay, thank you.
So Children's First Trust Fund, that stays level. That's one that's outside of us as far as the sections go. Our Access Distance Learning, this is the program that supports all of our 9 through 12 coursework and then some 7 and 8. They're looking to expand that down into even as 5th and 6th. They're looking to increase the current AP courses that are offered there, which will really help some of our smaller districts that don't have the ability to offer AP courses. They can do this through their Access Distance Learning. It also helps in our teacher shortage areas because they can, full schools can assign groups of kids to particular classes, whether those are health or an obscure math class or something like that, where the students have access to that they wouldn't otherwise have because their schedules are limited. So it helps in that, and they've asked for a $5 million increase to begin doing, or to increase those things, and also in that, they're doing course development of their own, and so it really helps with all of that in terms of our at-risk and our virtual learning to do that. For advanced placement, we're asking for a $2 million increase to go from $11,421,000 to $13,421,000. And here again, it's to expand the support for students and individuals of AP teachers and pre-AP teachers. And it's really for those who are not already a part of the programs for A+ College Ready or Pipeline or partner schools. So it's really trying to reach other schools that are not actively involved in some part of it already to increase those AP offerings to allow our other students to have an opportunity to see that. The next one was extended learning opportunities. This is kind of a new one where we're asking for $1.5 million. And this one really goes back to an act of 2021 where it charged us with supporting our LEAs in the identification of enrichment opportunities. And part of that was where we can employ adjunct teachers to do things that wouldn't have otherwise been part of the curriculum to enhance and bring in real world life activity connections to the work that they're doing in their academic classes. And so innovative student learning pathways, some of those things to help with college and career ready workforce. I know some of it included things such as dance and art and those things that have been available to them to do that. And so we're asking for that additional support to further enhance that program. The next two are broke down under what we call principal development. The Alabama Teacher Growth Program. One of the things that we face, just like we have with teacher shortage, it kind of rolls up in this where we have principal shortage, but what we really realized, especially coming out of COVID, is the turnover in our principals and assistant principals. And so we want to ensure that we are growing the program to help our principals have their development at the level that they need to appropriately lead their schools, to support the LEAs in doing this, and then also in administering our teacher observation tool with ATOT, and to provide additional professional learnings for them so that we can train our principals on that program but also in their leadership development so that they understand what's needed for them to be able to move their schools in a positive direction. And so we asked for $5 million for that line item, and then the Leadership Academy expansion, $2 million, is to develop a statewide leadership academy and supports to provide opportunities for all principals and assistant principals in Alabama public schools. And so in that one, some of our organizations that support education have some types of things. They'll have a new principals institute through class, or some others that go on there. They have assistant principal conference days a couple of times a year. But we really want to embrace that opportunity to set up an academy, especially for those future leaders, to be able to bring them in, and then even our novice, the new ones, to have this dedicated time to train with them, to set that up and give them opportunities to enhance their leadership skills. And so in that program, we're asking for $2 million as well. So total in principal development is $7 million. Next one you see is the Alabama Holocaust Commission. That one stays at its level, $95,000. The next one, which is another one of our sections here in the department, is our Alabama Math, Science, and Technology Initiative, better known as AMSTI. A couple of things we want to do there is to expand the LEA grants and services, add additional regional math specialists, and specifically to that, adding those to help with our enhancement of our TEAMS contract, where all of our teachers that are doing math or science under the TEAMS contracts have 2 additional professional development days. We want to be able to add additional resources to provide professional learning to meet the need of that, because it's very specific in what the law said for that to do with teams, that we would be able to do that. And then also, again, AMSTI is one that has its own line item, and so just like our O&M, they have had 3 cost of living adjustments that have occurred without increased funding in their operational balance, and so we want to try to gather that to offset some of that as well. The last 2 on the first page here, teacher in residence and building-based coaches, are currently and have been previously funded through federal funds, so there's no line item for those. If we go to page 2, our Alabama Numeracy Act at the very top. This one is one that, it started this year as it was passed by the legislature. We have moving toward that to fill out the position for Office of Math Improvement and then the staff members for that office. And then also we anticipate, as we move into next summer, having in place our regional coaches, for our regional support specialists for that, coaches in each of the regions. We're looking, I think, maybe 17 or 18 of those positions. And then we'll begin to start funding in some of our schools the actual school-based coaches. And so that's why we're going ahead and asking for the request to go up to 20 million, where they put 15, because that'll kind of cover over the double of the end of 23 and the beginning of 24 as we move into that to expand that program. And it's kind of, you have to think about this as we're looking at, we've got to cover all the way to September 30th of 24, so it rolls out that we have to, to make sure we have additional funds.
Dr. Payne, while you're there,
Yes.
does this cover some of the costs associated with the task force that's being formed?
Yes. Yes.
So that's also included.
It would include the task force travel, the per diems, and things of that nature that we have to do there.
Because they're appointed, but we're by various groups, but they come under we pay their expenses.
Correct.
Just to clarify that.
Yes, absolutely. We cover their travel when they're on the task force. So then the Alabama Reading Initiative, in this one, obviously we're asking to increase it by about $8 million. And it's to cover the previous cost of living adjustments again. But this one goes all the way out into where we have about 800 local reading specialists, local reading coaches, as most people refer to them. We do those through memorandum of agreement, where we send the money to the districts, but the districts are charged with having to pay the 4% for them, just like they would anybody else. But that's a cost we incur ultimately through the memorandum of agreement from our reading initiative line item. And so we got to make sure we have that one. Increasing funds for professional development to support the learning.
I'm sorry, can I just interrupt for 1 second? You're doing a great job, so I don't want to interrupt much, but I want to point out on that one. One of the things that y'all talked about last year, and we made a commitment to do, and the governor and legislature followed up on, was to fully fund the cost of reading coaches. Because they had previously, the districts had gotten, I think, about $54,000 per coach. see Dr. Childress shaking her head there, but by the time they pay this person, it's always somebody with a master's degree, usually with a lot of experience and benefits. It was costing them more like $80,000. So we increased that based on what the budget projection was going to be. But when the big raise, you know, when at the end of the session, some people got the 20%. So the ARI was not adjusted in that. So even though they adjusted for local teachers, if a teacher had, say, 30 years experience and a master's degree, then she could get a big raise, and the legislature paid for that in foundation program. Did not go back and adjust the ARI line item for a reading coach that fell into that category. So now it is underfunded again, and that's a part of the reason for the big request, is to cover that full amount. Or it's still the same goal of fully covering the reading coaches so the locals don't have to come out for any of that salary or benefits. And that's the reason I pointed out, is because somebody might say, well, I thought we did that last year. Well, we did until the change in the salary matrix adjusted, and that correlating adjustment was not made.
The legislature didn't make the adjustment. We made
They
the
did not.
appropriation based on what we expected.
Correct.
The legislature, when they adjusted the other, they didn't provide for that funding.
That's right.
It wasn't our lack of funding for the locals.
No, when they made the adjustment on the salary, they didn't make the correlating adjustment to ARI for line item.
Dr. Mackey, do we have any idea, and I know this is always like the last
I know where
minute type
you're
of
going,
thing,
yes.
you know where I'm going.
Yeah.
We had 4% last year. Do we have any idea what they're thinking about, the governor and the legislature, as far, I mean, I'm sure there'll be a raise, but
Yeah,
any
I
idea
don't
about how
know.
much?
It is, I have had only one conversation with the governor about that, and it's just too early. So usually what they do is they take our request, which again, we have to have by November 1st, and then it's somewhere between November 1st and usually in January or so, when she makes the speech, when they figure out how much is requested and how much money they have for a raise and what the raise would be. This year, it's going to be a really long period. Remember, every 4 years between we get our budget request in November, but the legislature won't convene and the governor won't do the state address until next March. So there's almost half a year in between. And so the short answer is no. I mean, I have inquired and there's just no indication about what a raise might be this year. But it's a very good point, because I think if we want to make it clear that like if they do something unusual, then our request for ARI would need to float with that so that we can hit the fully funded target.
Thank
Funding
you.
projections look like they're high, or a good increase this year, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I
Very
think
good.
you told us that before.
Yes, sir. They are. So, and part of that's why we're asking for an additional aid, is to try to hedge against what we think that might be. Because there again, you know, of the 94, it's a little over 60 or so that's a direct allocation through memorandum of agreement to the locals, in order to get to that 80,000 number, and then we've got to cover the benefits on top of that for that. So, again, that's the large majority of that. And then one of the last things there was, you know, continuing letters training expansion to make sure that that's going on, especially for our new teachers coming in, and then also for the ones that haven't yet been able to complete that. The next line item there is kind of a subset of Alabama Reading Initiative, even though the ARI law only covers up through grade 3. What we identify from our section leaders is struggling readers beyond grade 3, and trying to provide support for those readers who do advance beyond grade 3, but for other reasons struggle beyond there, to be able to do that. And so we're asking for a $3 million funding of that to help set that aside to identify, based off ACAP summative and those things, where we can look then to training and resource development for our readers beyond the grade 3, to support them in the schools and trying to close the gap for those children. Office of School Improvement, we're asking for an additional $950,000 there. They're kind of funded in another way, but we want a line item for them of $950,000. And looking at that, a couple of things they want to really look at there is increasing the secondary literacy coaches. Again, this would kind of dovetail with our struggling readers beyond 3rd grade, but this would encompass more than just reading, to help them there to go from 3 to 7. Continue to fund our Transformation Academy that they work with our turnaround schools and with our schools identified for school improvement. And then to add 3 additional math specialists experienced in teaching elementary math through problem solving, and that will kind of work alongside our Office of Math Improvement as well. To put those in, and then 2 specialists with experience in elementary school turnaround and improvement specific to elementary to really focus on them and lead. Again, going kind of back to our principal leadership and how that would work to help them increase the outcomes for the students in their schools.
Dr. Payne, one question. Back to struggling readers, I guess this would probably go to you, Ms. Martin. What type of resources, and when we have item writing, are we looking at developing sample tests for people in the state?
Definitely, that will be inclusive of our formative practices that we will have in place.
So that will be something new
All of
we're
it.
looking at implementing. Okay.
Exactly, not just our current formative assessments that we're using in our electronic platform now, but expanding that further.
For item writing, and then
Yes.
resources. What are some resources that you all are looking at to try to assist?
Dr. Davis, would you like to speak on that piece, on the added resources for the struggling readers?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have 2 things that we are working on currently. One, we are finishing up with mini modules that we will load in Schoology on each on the document that I gave y'all back that just been produced in March. We have our final meeting for that by the end of this month. So in September, we will have those loaded for those self-guided folks that want to, start learning it. And then we also we'll do bite-sized 45-minute live PD sessions monthly on each of those. And in the meantime, we are all, there are about 35 of us that are going to participate in the newly released, updated Big Dipper course that Barksdale talked about, Kelly Butler. And so we have been in discussion with them, and they asked us to wait until they release the updated one. So we want, now that, of course, that cost, and so we want to go through it as secondary folks, it's a team of about 35 of us, to see how it relates to what we put together based on the evidence-based document before we then go any further, because our goal would be, in January to have an e-learning course that goes deeper, but we also want to look at, is the Big Dipper, is that, because it is, it's recommended across the nation, is that something that we may want to offer until we can get an e-learning course built, and we would, pay if there was money available, pay through this budget item. But so those are kind of our year-round expansion of kind of providing something starting in September.
Okay.
And
And you
Dr.
mentioned with the
Richardson, if
live.
I may add to that, if you don't mind,
Yes.
just to add a little bit to that. That background that Dr. Davis is speaking about for those 35 plus individuals, that will be the framework. And then from there, that's how those resources and the needs will be developed. But we have to make certain that that rich professional development is provided to the staff so that they can really be experts in those areas because of where our focus has been surrounding the K-3.
Okay. And one last question, in reference to the live PD sessions, is that back for the people in the LEAs or just for your staff here? You said that there will be live sessions. Will they be live streamed or will people come on site?
No, ma'am, we call them bite-sized chunks. They're about 45 minutes. We do them several times each month, morning, lunch, afternoon, and then we record them.
Yes.
But we're gonna take each module that we're putting together, so it's loaded in Schoology, but we're gonna do it live as well, because this will be our 3rd year to do those bite-sized PDs. So we'll be live going through that one module, and then we record it and push it out each month for LEAs.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thanks to both of you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Kane, I've got a quick question
Sure.
on the next one, Office of School Improvement.
Okay.
I just feel like they are amazingly effective in our schools, and they, to serve the whole state. And I'm almost, usually I'm the conservative one wanting to reduce budgets, but on this one, I don't know if we're asking for enough. I think maybe you would know that maybe 8 or 9 people right now in the whole state to cover it, and they do just superb work. But I feel like they're pulled in a million directions, and I worry again about burnout and the many hours that they spend on the road. If we had $950,000 let's say 100,000 apiece, that's only 10 more employees. And I think even PCG said we needed to triple, the number in OSI.
Right, and so they currently have 5 administrators and 5 specialists that work across the 5 regions of the state that they're divided in. And then they also have a cadre of retired state employees, which are former principals, superintendents, those people that work for them. And I'm not exactly sure the retired number. I know it fluctuates because some stay a while, some only do it for a short amount of time, and those things. But I know I think we brought in, it was either 3 or 5 more retirees this year already to do that. I know for a fact we had 3 because I actually did their onboarding when I was doing HR. And they came in, and then we had a couple more since then that have joined. And they're actively looking to add some of those. And so some of those fall into some of our other, with O&M and some other shared services that we employ them through. But then, yes, I mean, and that's part of the discussion. If we want to look at an increase more than this is what they asked for from their section. They came with that. That's the discussion we have is, do we want to go up? Ms. Martin would like to add to that as well.
Yes, just to add a little piece of information to that conversation. The requests and the needs, we requested that each section do a needs assessment so that they could be effective based on the work that's been identified for them. So what you're seeing is actually what was needed from that section, and also to address some of the travel concerns. We have strategically placed individuals around the region to minimize the travel time so that we don't have a person coming from north all the way to south in order to do that. So we have strategically placed our support based on those schools that were identified for supports. So we're minimizing the time that the individuals are actually on the road so that we can have class, school support time given. So we're really addressing that with our schedules, and they're doing a great job of managing that work. But again, we can definitely look back at it with Dr. Shields to see whether or not there are any gaps, but these actually came from those heads to say what they needed in order to support the work that they're assigning.
And do they have, in visiting schools, a lot of needs in EL and special ed? Do they have specialists in those 2 areas?
I'm not certain on the EL. I would have to look back at those last RSEs that they brought in. Remember our onboarding, we had 2 young ladies. One was elementary, and I think one was ELA, if I'm not mistaken, that just came aboard. But those are the types of things. And one thing we're projected now for 24. It's very critical. We will move forward this fall with the identification of new schools. And so it's really critical that we make certain we save a space to make certain that the schools that will be identified based on federal supports, we're really looking at the new gaps that are there. So we really don't want to go in and onboard EL or ELA in this area if they end up with schools that are there for other subpopulations. So we want to be very careful in identifying those because of the new fall identification that's coming.
But Ms. Martin, I think she was asking about special education,
Right.
not a new identification. Will the work that you all are doing, we know that they're struggling readers, will it include working with those students identified as special education?
Definitely, and
that's what she was asking
Yeah,
too.
definitely, it will include those special populations, but I was thinking you were talking about people in those areas being hired.
Right, if and they may have them now, but just those, when I visit schools, those seem to be areas of need where they have a lot of questions and concerns and want to serve the students as well as they can, but feel like they could do better.
More
And so
specific.
sometimes they reach out to Dr. Shields and her team and say, can you come in and help us? And so I feel like we need to have experts that
And we do, and I
in those
want to
areas.
take this moment to brag on the supports that are being provided. Kristen Diller, she probably knew I was getting ready to look at her and smile and call her name. And you're gonna hear some of that great work later on that's led by Dr. Davis with the multi-tiered support system. That's where we're encouraging our sections to reach out with Sean's section, with Bonnie's section. So when they're making those calls to Dr. Shields, we can make certain the right support is there. And that's where that new system that we're launching statewide, yes, that's where that will come in, and it will address all of those areas. That's why we're calling it that multi-tiered support system, so no child will be without support.
And so y'all will work together seamlessly.
Yes.
And also in our section, instructional services, we house the EL specialists that are regionally based, and there's 12 of them. And
Yes.
so that's what she's talking about, is kind of like that support center. And that's
And the
importance
good
of
thing about that too is that, and I don't wanna steal the joy that's going to come from, the presentation, but, when I get the updates from them, to know that every section here at the department is represented with that. So it closes all of those gaps. And I smile because it's really great work that's going on, rich conversations and support about. And we did a pilot, and that they were able to go in and make adjustments to the model based on what was there. So yes, Melissa's team is a part of this multi-tiered support system. So when there are needs from those schools, we have a market to tap in on to get the supports that are necessary for those districts.
Good to know, thank you.
Ready? So the next two line items, certified academic language therapist stipend program, that's one that was in place this past year. And we're gonna keep that level funded, and this provides the stipend to those individuals that have earned that academic language therapist role or provision, and then what they're doing there. But one of the things that came from Ms. Short, Bonnie Short, who oversees our ARI program, which looks at this, is to add the next one there, the language practitioner, which is a different tiered level below the therapist level. But we want to make sure that we're presenting a stipend program for those individuals as well, and then two, to incentivize them to move on to get to that therapist level. And so it was just an additional item there we wanted to put in. And she assured me that with what we have out there in the field, that they're available, that the $600,000 would be more than enough to cover that, but it would also leave us some resource and funds there to grow that even more, at a $2,500 increment. That was more than enough. Because she actually talked about doing something a little less than that. I said, well, let's just make them both the same, that way we have the flexibility when we need it to make that work.
And
So-
Dr. Payne, is there gonna be a scholarship? Haven't we done, Bonnie, a pop scholarship in the past where we would fund 30 teachers to go through the program?
We are actually, we released that in the spring, so that's part of our.
But is it part of this money
budget.
right here?
No, it's different.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah, this is
Good
going
question.
forward for '24. So, the next one is arts education. We're asking for a $1.3 million increase there to bring it to a total of $3 million in the funding. And you see in the notes there were four main areas that Mr. Meadows brought forth in that discussion. Providing a competitive grant process to which local schools with no current arts program can partner with an existing arts organization. Provide a competitive grant process which the ones with art programs in need of support to expand or broaden their offerings. And then three is to provide professional development to art specialists and integrate that professional development to non-arts specialists through partnering organizations. And then four, to provide part-time teaching units to schools who lack the resources to provide high-quality arts instruction. We had a great story shared with me about one school that did not have a drama program at all and brought that in. It was amazing to that school what it did for the whole community, where they were able to do programs and things and really engage students that had not otherwise been exposed to the arts. Next two there are line items that stay in for us. There's a level funded children's eye screening, and then the class, a certified instructional leader program.
Can I back up just a minute?
Yes, ma'am.
The existing arts organization that would include Dr. Elliott Knight and the Alabama Council on the Arts.
It's, I was gonna say, somebody else have to answer it. I know the numbers and what they told me, but.
Yeah, I don't know, it is, I met with Andy, Mr. Meadows, a couple of weeks ago on this, so it is Elliott and his group, but it's also there are a couple of, they're not state agencies, arts organizations that work, and Andy does a better job than I, but between our department, the arts section, the state council on the arts, and then there's a couple of other organizations that support them. And so it's a part of it has been to build the collaborative, to get all of that together. And now we kind of own the collaborative to keep the website. They built it. It's not the Council on the Arts, it's the Arts Alliance. But once they built it out, then we're supporting it financially, keep it going.
Well, I think this is encouraging. I attended a recent meeting where they had a breakout session, and the focus was actually on something entirely different. But one of the speakers during the presentation, and actually most of the presentation, focused on how the arts within a school community impacted every area, from discipline to learning and success to retention, and trying to not only keep the students in place, but the teachers as well. And that there was a total change in the entire, just the, everything. You know, I think it was all inclusive. And so it's encouraging to finally see this focus, because I think it does make a tremendous difference. Having seen it growing up, and now knowing that, for example, at Jeff Davis, what had been there before, when I was there, we had, it seemed like everything, if you needed an opportunity, was there, but the arts were a big focus, whether it's, you know, the music department or the theater or writing. But that was an interesting presentation, strictly because it was focused on something entirely different. But that was what, you know, obviously I left with, and others did too. We were all talking about it, but that's all.
Yeah, I'm glad to see that one as well. From a personal experience as a principal, I know we implemented an enrichment program that included, you know, guitar classes and things like this, where, you know, a variety of things, arts, you know, canvas arts, those things, and gave the kids, you know, 45 minutes every day to do that. And it was amazing to see kids that weren't otherwise involved in anything, or that they were involved that you would have never known. But all of a sudden they fell in love with this and they look forward to it every day. So it really does enrich their whole learning experience. So if we move to the top of page 3, the Computer Science for Alabama program, the ask there is for a $500,000 increase, and it's really to just increase the funding support to train CS teachers, computer science teachers, and then to expand the efforts of education in all K-12 schools through that, and then meeting the implementation requirements of the Act in 2019. So it's just, there again, it's a cost thing that we're trying to do, make sure we have enough and that we're covering that. So that was a $500,000 increase. The next two are Woolley Institute, and then special education license interpreters for deaf and hard of hearing teachers. Those line items stay the same. Then we come to English language learners. And this one, the increase asked was $1 million. And so we're going from a little over 16 million to a little over 17. And again, it ties back to the pay matrix and the pay raises, the cost of living adjustments come in for 11 regional specialists. And Ms. Martin mentioned those just a moment ago. And so all the state appropriation goes directly to the LEAs in this. So it all goes through them, but this is to ensure that we're covering all the costs for those 11 individuals. Couple of lines that come in next that are not from our sections. You have high needs special ed grant, juvenile probation officers, the local school system improvement at risk, the level there at this time at 12 million. Our military children support plan, 800,000. We're looking at, you know, how that kind of breaks out. That's one that's still in discussion there. But for Purple Star schools and troops to teachers, 200 and 400,000 each. To cover that? Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, just wanted to note the high needs special education grant program, that's one from the department where school districts can apply.
It is.
For Cat Star.
Yes. They, our director for special ed said that it was sufficient in the funding there. She didn't need an increase in that one.
Okay.
So we're good on that one. And then we've got our, so we did the military children support. The next one, the online high-speed teacher certification portal. The legislators had provided $450,000 toward that effort. That effort is still in process and ongoing, so we're leaving that as it was as a level fund, requesting the same dollar amount to cover the cost on that. School safety, security, and climate. Under that one, there's a couple of things here. Regional safety training specialists, 800,000. There are 7 of those individuals that serve on that. And this covers the cost of their salaries, travel, to their meetings, things of that nature. Mental Health Collaborative, $250,000 to train for that. And then the Mental Health Service Coordinator Program, we are asking for an increase in that to ensure that we expand that program further than it already is in terms of increasing the coordinators from 113 to 146 in that, to add more of those coordinators into our districts to help the LEAs. And that again goes out to the LEAs to provide them funding for that. And so we were able to fund them all this past year. Every LEA got an allocation, so it was non-competitive, everybody got one. But we want to increase that so that it doesn't create a burden on the local LEA in terms of that person's salary and benefits, or at least to close the gap on it. Bullying prevention projects,
Dr. Payne,
yes.
on that one, mental health service coordinator, I have had a few people say that and I'm so proud we were able to make the movements and the progress we've made, but that with one LEA, well, each LEA getting one, that some, you got some systems with 50,000 students and some with a whole lot less.
Right.
And they only get one, and yet one is, charged with serving many more students. Is there a way to provide the larger school systems with more?
It would certainly be something we could look at. It would come down to the numbers and the funding. If we want to increase that line item, we could run some analysis and look at it based on total ADM in the district. Instead of going by simply a district count, we could look at the ADM as, for every, if you're less than 5,000, you get one. And then once you get above, we could do 1.5, 2, 2.5. Because you got mobile.
Just be aware that, so the legislature actually passed an act this year that said that every district gets 40,000.
Right.
And, wait a minute, there's an and. If they do future appropriations, it would be distributed on future additional appropriations be distributed on a per student basis. Okay. So it's a base of 40,000, which they got to this year. So we can, that's the discussion. If you said, well, we want to double the request and you just put the rest of it into per child, but the act says everybody gets 40,000 as the base. There is enough money this year for every district to get that. Now, I don't want to call any districts out, but I will tell you that about 10 districts have turned the money down, said they don't want a mental health services coordinator. And so that money will come back in and we'll redistribute. We're not going to not spend it. We'll redistribute it to the districts that want it. If you want to know, I don't know all of them off the top of my head, so I won't start calling them out. But if you want to know the ones in your districts, I would be glad to. But they've turned it down. We've reached out to them, and they've still turned it down.
Can we get a list of all of them, not just our districts, but
Sure.
the ones who accepted and the others who said no?
Sure.
Just everybody in general, so you're not just giving a no list.
Yeah, absolutely. We can do that. But we can certainly ask for more. And the rest of it would come, as Dr. Payne says, on a per child basis. We'd have to figure out.
And Dr. Payne, I was thinking with the school safety,
yes.
Nobody asked for more money with everything that there's concerns and going on, or is there another?
There's another place in here.
Just want to make sure I didn't want to.
No, it's not.
Didn't want to
And
jump
really that
ahead,
one,
but-
this one kind of lines out. When you see it where it has either the star or the indentation under it, it's kind of a sub part of that, so it's really rolling up into that one.
But there's a standalone list.
But yet, well, yes and no. The money is there, and I'll explain how we got to that. But yes, it's been a definite request, and for our side of it, to help our LEAs with that.
Okay, thank you.
So, yes, ma'am. Next couple you see, State Charter School Commission, new schools for Alabama, those stay in there. Those are not really part of ours. Student assessment, we're asking for a $5.7 million increase in student assessment. And some of those things obviously are tied to our ACAP with the summative, but it's also to align the assessments and formatives in this. Ms. Martin can probably speak much better to this than I can, but aligning our standards for ELA course of study. Individual score reports in multiple languages is one of the things we would go back to our vendor for in that. Professional development at 11 sites across the state on helping them prepare their kids in the formatives that they use for ACAP. Data files and validation studies for reading subtests and the supplemental per the Alabama Literacy Act. to really get into that one. Ongoing test form development for reading subtests, so helping them write those things. And then the parent letters in multiple languages, so we can provide those. And then the last one is if CCR becomes a requirement for graduation, we would then have to add work keys to be offered in the 9th grade, which is to about 58,000 students, and then which will add an additional testing opportunity. So that would be in addition to what they get when they're a senior. For work keys would add it as the 9th grade to ensure we're meeting the CCR requirement.
Dr. Payne, back on the charter school commission, I know we have a staff person that works with charter school.
Yes.
And does that also include that person's salary and the expenses for the charter school commission to meet as an independent entity?
No, their salary is not included in that.
What is that money for?
Dr. Maggie, that goes just to the charter school commission, does it not?
Logan is here, she can help us with that, but it goes, Logan, we pay for, Logan Searcy does a great job managing that. She's a department employee. This 400 for the charter school commission, I'm not exactly sure.
So generally, there's some portion of it that goes to pay for their lawyer. They also pay for the evaluations of applications, postal applications that go through. They also do the quality school reviews, which that's a process that Cognate will be doing it this year, where they go through and evaluate the quality of the charter school. So basically, that $400,000 is spent in other places.
But we basically turn the money over to them and they decide how to spend it. Is
The
that
money
correct?
is, yes, they determine how to spend it, they have a budget, they determine how to spend it, and then when they have contracts, it's run through the department. So we would create the contract on behalf of the charter school commission.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
When Dr. Payne, last year, we did a survey. Dr. Mackey, your office did the survey and you asked, and I so appreciate that you asked LEAs what they would like as far as their senior high school, like grades 9 through 12 assessments. Remember, we asked them if they wanted pre-ACT and ACT or ACT twice. We gave them several options, and they could choose from which one they would prefer. And the majority said they would like to see the ACT offered twice, paid for by the state. And so, not to do the pre-ACT in 10th grade, but to replace it with the ACT, and that gives more children an opportunity to improve and to earn scholarships, to get to college, all that kind of thing. So could we get an estimate of what that additional cost would be?
We have, yeah, we'll get it back. Maggie's not even here, I think. We did that last year,
Right.
but we met no enthusiasm for that.
Well,
after
sometimes you
that
have to
year.
plant the
So
seed
we
the
can ask
first year
again.
and then you go back
Yeah.
the next.
Now,
Enthusiasm
the-
for what? For
Or
having
paying for ACT twice. ACT is the most expensive test. I can tell you, I think it was around $25 million. It's our most expensive test. And to do it twice just doubles the cost of it. So I think the pre-ACT, I'll have to look back and see, but I think there were several options there. I think the most popular was to give the pre-ACT in 9th grade, ACT in 10th grade and 11th grade, and then the work keys in 12th grade. If we make CCR a requirement, we'd be given the work keys in 9th grade, and we have to do the pre-ACT to get the growth component for federal accountability. So somewhere in there, we have to do pre-ACT and ACT.
Well, couldn't you do ACT and then see the growth from ACT to ACT?
Well, pre-ACT, if you want to give a description of what it actually is, they're different.
Yes, the pre-ACT,
And so-
they now,
Right,
and they now like
right.
to call it early high school ACT. So, I mean,
And that may be more depth, you
Yeah,
don't have to answer
it might get
now,
too
but
deep, but
you'll-
basically,
yeah,
this
just
is what
investigate.
ACT told us, is it's really, though most kids see some growth between ACT to ACT, when you're trying to do growth for accountability, it's really difficult to calculate between two ACT tests. And a lot of students actually see regression the second time they take the ACT. And so it's designed to give pre-ACT.
Excuse me, you said regression,
ACT.
like declining scores
Yes, sir.
between one ACT and the other?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I've
And
not
so-
seen this.
I find that
They-
difficult to believe. I'd like to see the data on that one as a statistician.
They
Sorry, ma'am.
Sure. So
No,
the
I'm not
pre-ACT
arguing
to
with you. I'm just saying
ACT,
that it actually, that it's true. What he said is
I
actually.
said I'd like to see the data.
Okay,
It's
good.
not been my experience in my family, like you referenced yours.
so
I
from
don't-
last year, Dr. McCarty, when we did look at that, it was pre-ACT ninth grade, which was a cost of $800,000. ACT with writing 10th grade and again in 11th grade, and it's about $3 million per year. It's a little less than that, but, and then, so my number was off. I guess I was thinking the total. Sorry about that. And then, the 12th grade ACT with writing retake, which was something else they asked for, is another 1.3 million. So that would be 3 opportunities to take the ACT. And then the work keys in 12th grade and a work keys retake in 12th grade. And then if we added a work keys, and those are about $2 million plus another $890,000 for the retake. If we did it in 9th grade, we can assume that would be probably another $2 million.
Couldn't hear you.
That's the scenario that the principals were most popular with, so.
Can you send us that?
Yeah, that's very
I'm sure
interesting.
we
Yeah.
can.
I know, I believe, I
Yeah.
think you sent it to us before.
It's the
but
same
I
data as last
forgot.
year, right? This is
Okay.
not new, it's the same thing we sent you last summer.
And we
But it
can
would be
refresh
a-
it, Dr. Mack,
Yes.
if we need to refresh it,
Yeah.
we can refresh it, but that was just the July, 2021 information that we, gathered last year and what the costs were connected with those. I just
But now,
retrieved
as
it.
far as the request, let me be clear, if you say, hey, we want to request it again, that's what the principals asked for, we'll request it again. We didn't get it last year is all I was saying, but we did request it. You voted on it, we requested it, but we didn't get it. But that's the reason we're doing this today, because between now and next month, we need to know if you say, hey, we want ACT in there twice. I'm fully supportive of that. We do want to, as we talk about the CCR discussion, to offer work keys twice. If
And
at
I
all
agree,
possible.
I agree.
About 37% of our students qualify for work keys. So, and we'll also go back and look at the pre-ACT versus ACT, but I want to answer Ms. Bell's question. So the pre-ACT is more than just a mini ACT. It also has a kind of a career development component to help them see what careers they'd be really good at and might want to choose. And the reason we do that in 9th grade is to be thinking about, or 9th and 10th grade, early high school. The ACT does not have those components, so it is different.
Sort of replaced one that was there for an extended period of time.
Yes, ma'am, that's right.
And that's, yeah, they just changed the,
They did.
and some of the content, but yeah.
They used to call it the plan. Y'all, a lot of people remember it called the plan.
There you go.
Explore.
Dr.
Explorers,
Mackey,
yeah.
as a alternative or compromise, could we provide funding to assist those parents or those students who want to take the extra ACT, but not put it in the regular program, and actually gather more data on that regression analysis that you already said we had? Offer an opportunity, because it costs money.
Right.
It doesn't occur during the school day, it's all an actual activity. And offer some incentive for those parents and those school systems who want to take the extra one, perhaps as a sophomore or some other time. So it wouldn't overburden the program, but put in some seed money to see if it works, because if there's no interest, I understand that, but perhaps it's because they haven't, sometimes people are not interested in it because they haven't experienced it.
We can, yes, we can do that, but let me just explain, it's complicated when we give the ACT. So for instance, as y'all know, we talked about before, I know that the ACT Corporation, for students who qualify for free reduced lunch or have, income threshold at home, they get one free test if they go on a Saturday morning to a mutual site to take it. By ACT policy, you cannot use the free test if it's a state administered test. So when it's one we administer in school, we have to pay for it. And they give no breaks in cost for state administered tests. So what we would have to do, Dr. Reynolds, we could do that and not make it a requirement, say, which is what we do with work keys now. We don't require the work keys from state levels. Now, some districts require it, but we pay for it for every senior who wants to take it. And again, some districts the people are listening out there and say, well, my school said we had to take it. Well, the district can say, it's a district policy, we require it. But at the state level, we do not require it. We pay for everybody who wants to take it. We could do that, we could look at doing that with another administration of the ACT. And it would, not be required, but they would require us to, like, choose a day, and if everybody in the state takes it on that day, because the state administration, they do take as being different from just signing up on Saturday and going and taking it.
So we couldn't just do a stipend for them to sign up when they want to take it?
No, sir. Well.
That's what I'm suggesting,
Yeah, no, sir, we couldn't do that.
assisting the payment to flow through.
But we could do something, I think, like what you suggested, like what we do with work keys, right? Have a fund there that if they chose to offer it a second time, that those students could sign up and take it and the state would pay for it.
That's right, we could do that, but it would have to be a state administration during a school day. It could
But
not be.
optional.
So,
Option,
but we could make that second one optional, yes, sir.
and they were probably cheaper on the area. Do we get a cheaper price than when they pay retail?
No, sir.
We don't.
Dr. Mackey, Maggie's somewhere watching, in cyber, so she and I are talking back and forth about this. So, if we can bring back some information perhaps at the next board work session surrounding vouchers. So maybe that could satisfy some of the opportunities, so we can bring that back to see what providing those, what process the State Department can go through to provide vouchers for those ones that would like, an additional opportunity to test.
I know in some of the systems that I have the opportunity to represent, many of those students take the ACT more than once.
Right,
It's naive not to think that they do think they improve their scores.
Right, and
They
we
may
worked
not,
out
but they
something.
take them more than once.
Dr. Reynolds,
Including
we
all
worked
my
out
family.
something during the, when we were in the middle of the pandemic. Remember, we started getting vouchers from ACT for the students to participate. So we're going to go back and engage in those conversations, and we can present that information at next month's.
That's an excellent offering, and I appreciate your volunteering.
You're welcome.
Sorry, I thought we'd get through this, I'm making it, the discussion
It's
worse, and I
okay.
apologize for that.
It's about the children.
I'm glad Megan come talk about it, because I've now exhausted all my knowledge, and I think a little beyond
That's why I was
that.
like, let me just,
So,
and we've been going back and forth, so.
Those vouchers would be a Saturday administration still.
I'm sorry.
The vouchers.
The vouchers are still a Saturday administration. It wouldn't be through the school day administration.
Absolutely. I would not want it to be a school day, we take enough time away from instruction.
Yes, sir.
The bullying prevention project, is that a pilot program, an online program, or what is that?
What's that? I'm
Great
sorry.
questions. Bullying prevention project.
Bullying prevention, that is, so that supports a bill the legislature passed, they put money in there. There are, I think there are 2 different programs that money goes from. The wording in the bill says, if my memory serves me right, Jessica is sick, but she's listening somewhere out there too. It's a $3 million appropriation. The first appropriation should be made to Birmingham City Schools for $1 million. And then the other $2 million is divided up among the others. Birmingham has a particular program they use, I know, and the others use, I mean, there's 2 or 3 programs out there they can choose from that meet all the requirements, the anti-bullying requirements, but yes, ma'am.
Can we get a list of those programs? I have questions and I'll say, well, I think that must be approved locally.
Yeah.
But then somebody will say in response, well, they got that list from, and so I'd love to have that list.
There's, yes, ma'am, we can do that. We don't vet the programs, but there are only certain ones that meet the requirements of the law. I know that. So anyway, we'll be glad to get that for you, but that's what it is.
One minute was Birmingham City and then the other.
The others go out, I don't think every district applies for it, but I'm not certain about that. I'd like to get you a little more information on it. But the first grant goes to Birmingham City. It actually started as a kind of a legislative pilot program for Birmingham City, and then it was successful enough, they expanded it. But with the language that Birmingham City would not lose their initial funding. Does that kind of make sense?
does.
So it's been funded for a while and it has been successful. So other systems
Yes, ma'am, it's been funded, I think, for 2 years. Either 2 or 3 years, so it's not been a long time that it's been funded. But I mean, I think if there was more money in it, more districts would apply for the money.
That's my thinking. If it's successful, let's expand it.
I think, well, let's put a star by that then, and maybe, Ms. Martin, we could see, prevention support handles that, we might see if there's been
Maybe K.
requests over, I mean, not all districts ask for the money, but some districts, I think, ask for more than they can get, so we need to see what the requests are and how much more we can. Okay, with that, yeah.
And could
Ms.
we
Martin,
ask
Kay
them
Warfield.
their success? Have they, has it been a net benefit to them? Have they
Yeah.
seen
Oh,
it
yeah.
diminishing?
So we'll get you a number on what that could be.
So are we continuing on? I know we hit the 12 o'clock
No,
hour.
we're continuing
Okay.
on.
Very
I have been, my suggestions have been amended.
Page 4, top of page 4 of 6 now. Office of Specialized Treatment Centers. So there was a change in the way that we fund our specialized treatment centers across the state. And so the LEAs now, where the physical building resides is the fiscal agent. And so, except for a couple of occasions where that might remain where it was, within a county that was within a city that already had it. But what we're looking at here, what we're requesting is to add $800,000 to establish an Office of Specialized Treatment Centers here at the department, because over the last probably 6 months to a year, it's taken an immense amount of our resources through a variety of individuals to really step up to the plate to get that established and corrected and done that way for them. And so you can see kind of through the narrative there in the notes about monitor and develop the MOU process for in between LEAs and STCs. Because some of our LEAs were new to this process when it came in, so we really had to work with them to fund the STCs correctly and ensure when we send the money to them as the pass-through that they're then sending it on, and that they're having those STCs be accountable. But then at the same time, for us as the state agency, we have to ensure that they're meeting all the regulations when it comes to providing special education services, that they're meeting the funding requirements and those things, that they're applicable in there, where they're not duly counting kids or anything like that within the ADM, or that the students are beyond the age that we can actually fund. So tracking those things down. It would really be instrumental in us to be able to set up a small staff for this, and so that's why we're asking for the $800,000. You can see kind of the staff positions that were presented to me when the request was made to have a director, a coordinator, an administrator. We would like to have an attorney in this that handles only that's what their focus is, and then an administrative assistant. And then really to help also provide professional development related to Power School trainings, because all of the STCs now have an installation of Power School that they have to work with. That's not something they've done before. And so Stacy Royster's been working with them. Terry Roller, one of our assistant superintendents, has been key in that, and then Ashley Pennell, one of our attorneys, to ensure that they're ready to go for this year, that they're working that. But that's going to be an ongoing work with them as those things change. And then to work with them in special education law updates, that's a big area for concern in that. That's one that the federal government, the feds, when they come into review, will look for in there that we're on that one. So that's where that comes from. And that was a new line item that we'll be asking for in that one. Tenure personnel hearings stays the same.
Just one
Yes,
moment. I
sure.
just want to say, first of all, thank you. This is immensely important. What I can see happening is people saying out in the legislative body, why are you adding more bureaucracy? Why are you adding another office? Why do you need this staff? Most people don't even realize that specialized treatment centers house schools, and that they have been under the Department of Youth Services, but in the last several years, those numbers have been increasing. Those are some of our most fragile students. They need the most attention, and they really and truly have, in some cases, been in the national media where they've not received good treatment or the services that we are required to provide for them. So I would like to see, if you don't mind, a breakdown for the board of the $800,000, just in more of a narrative, if you don't mind, than just what's written here.
Sure.
so that as we're asked questions, we can talk about the students that we're serving in our STCs
Right.
and what they should be receiving and what they've not been receiving in the last, I would say, my experience with them has been the last 15 years.
Okay.
As a local school board member, so they play a huge role in serving children who are, in many cases, forgotten.
Right, absolutely. And to that point, Mr. Roller and Ms. Penhale already have some of that as far as that breakdown, and then we broke down we kind of built in to get to the 800 on the salary and benefits for the individuals we would employ here, so we can give you that, how it breaks down for that.
So at the end of that last line, it says attorney assigned to SDCs and charter schools.
Homeschools, non-traditional students, and safety.
But
And so
we assign an attorney to do work with charter schools out of this program.
out of this one, that's
says-
what they
it says
requested
on
to do that. Yes, they wanted it to fold the charter school into that because it's a non-traditional student, not our LEA. So it would be an additional attorney outside of, well, I mean, it would probably work with Jason's office, or in his office, but it would be somebody assigned to that, just in his office, working only on this, to mitigate that, because with our staffing in our general counsel's office, they're servicing our CMP programs, our LEAs for anything else, teacher certification, all those things. And the workload has increased dramatically with STCs for one. And then in looking at that, some of the kids going to homeschool, tracking down for those, and then with the charter schools, as more of those come on, we have more areas of legal concern that we have to review for those.
So as those come on, we inherit other problems or responsibilities. Is that correct?
Well, what I would say to that is it's.
I'm just trying to understand and define.
Yeah, it's the
questions
oversight
about
of every
the
time,
charter schools.
I mean, for instance, like today, one of the things we addressed before we came down here is as simple as when a charter school gets ready to open, depending on what building they're going into, depends on the level of review they have to have for structural safety in the building and then for fire and life safety and those things. And so that's a combination between what we do here and then what we have to put to the Division of Construction Management if there's lots of renovations, and then work with the locals to ensure all of that before they're allowed to put students in those buildings. And so having an attorney that would have time to do that in addition to the STCs and stuff was the reason the request was made.
I just thought that was all part of the charter school application, when somebody applies to have a charter school funding and appropriateness and all that stuff. I should assume it should be done before the charter school license is issued, but I don't know. That's an agency I have nothing to do with.
Yeah, that would be a loaded question as far as when they have, I know we're catching it as far as before they open and occupy with students, we have to make sure on the school facilities.
It's an issue we need to deal with the legislature as they review the charter school legislation. That's why I raised that issue.
Okay. We can get more information on it.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So, you see tenure personnel hearings are there, and then you see the total administrative services program line, where we're asking for an additional 50 million total of those things we've pushed above here that we've talked to this point, bringing in that. Next comes up our financial assistance programs. Again,
And I interrupt 1 second, we already got a message from upstairs. The LEAs have, of the 3 million in bullying, there was 3.8 million in requests for the upcoming year. So there was 800,000 more requested than we'll be able to fund for the upcoming year. So we'll work on the bullying prevention. So we'll look at what that request for increase should be.
Upstairs is helping out.
They are.
They
listen.
Thought the prayer was good.
they are watching intently.
They're watching at home too, I guess.
So the financial assistance program, as you see here, a couple line items that are passed through for us, the Baseball Coach Association, Football Coach Association, their Alabama Teacher Mentor Program. This is
Let me interrupt one more time.
Sure.
Again, we do baseball coaches and football coaches, but not soccer coaches and not Alabama High School Athletic Association. Is this just something that's rolled over from year to year? We've never re-examined who we're actually funding and the difference. Soccer programs have been growing dramatically. I realized an old traditional superintendent that football coaches and basketball coaches get attention, but
It's baseball.
These are legislative line items. We're a pass-through agency. We take no
So
we
we
take
don't-
no indirect cost out of it, and we don't ask how the money's spent, and we don't get, we're just a pass-through.
We just send check.
Comes into our budget,
I'm glad I asked,
Goes
because
out.
it looks like it's our budget, but it's not. It's the
not. No,
legislation, we're just putting it in.
that's
there.
right.
It's just a straight pass. Alabama Teacher Mentor Program. So in this one, in FY '23, you'll see we're budgeted at $4 million. We're asking for an increase of $1.5 million. And part of the reason for the increase, I can tell you specifically in this past year, with the number of new teachers we had, and some of them are served for both year 1 and year 2, our cost was a little bit, well, it was about $4.7 million. And so we had to go and find $7 million additional dollars that were not funded in this line item through the legislature from our O&M and other sources that we have through shared services to make that up so that our new teachers got the support and mentoring that they needed. That work is being revamped to raise the rigor of the program to ensure that those teachers are getting exactly what they want. I was talking with Siobhan and Ms. Martin both yesterday about this, and so I mean, one of the specialists that works, or administrators that works for Siobhan kind of leads the program. And so one of the things we want to do is, because we know we have more new teachers coming in, even though we did subside some retirements because of the raise that was passed. Over the next couple of years, we see that coming. So we're asking for the increase because in the act, it says that the mentor will get $1,000. And so we end up having to fund $1,200 to cover benefits and costs so that the local LEA doesn't incur that cost. And so running the numbers on that, looking at the projection, we feel like a $1.5 million increase will allow us to cover all the costs for those new teachers for those first 2 years while they're in that mentor program. The Career Tech Initiative, the ask there was to move up to $30 million, so it's about a $4.8 million increase. I know Dr. Hull is in the room behind me, or he was a moment ago. And so we've got increased funding to continue to grow and improve our innovation and programming in middle grade, to make equipment upgrades coming out of this funds, EPIC program support, diversify and increase work-based learning experiences and opportunities, provide additional professional learning and career and technical student organization support. So as many of these kids that we've seen over the last few months come through here and present to us, and their organizations as they've traveled across the state this summer with their various organizations, the increase there is for those services. The next few are some of the more of the ones, not all of them, but some of them are just pass-throughs. But Children's Hospital, you have the Coach Safety Initiative, early childhood classroom assessment, and where you don't see an increase for us, and it's one of our sections, it was because our sections felt like it was funded at an appropriate level. Remote Learning Hub Pilot, the Vaping Education Program, Healthy Eating and Active Living, Helping Families Initiative, High Hopes for Alabama Students, and the Hudson Alpha Institute. So all of those were staying at level, either because they're legislative pass-through that we're the entity for that, or our individuals felt like they were funded at the appropriate level. Jobs for Alabama graduates, they're asking for a $3 million increase in this one as well. And you can see over here, they did a really good job of breaking it down, funding 60 programs at $75,000 each, and then increased the JAG network by 20 programs in accordance with the innovative initiatives outlined in the Alabama State Department of Education Strategic Plan. And then the remaining $1 million in their budget that they submitted will fund 2 additional ed specialists. One, it'll take care of their staff travel, the affiliation fee, grants, Alabama JAG Career Association expenses, state and district conferences, and other administrative costs. So that was kind of a twofold. That $1 million is not just for the 2 people and then the associated costs with them. It's the 2 people added plus their costs plus additional costs that we've incurred through the COLAs and other things as that program has immensely grown over the last year or 2.
And is the, Dr. Payne, then this may be somewhere else, but in the Career Tech Initiative, I appreciate that JAG is broken out. And yes, I fully support the increase in the amount going to LEAs, the 75,000, because where it was before, I think 55,000, it was not enough. You know, so they were operating at a loss when they got it. So I appreciate paying attention to that and increasing that. But the Career Tech Initiative is like, I think of Dawn and how much she is required to support now that computer science goes all the way from kindergarten to 12th grade. will there be funding to support, somebody that can help her or help with computer? Yes.
Can I answer that?
Go ahead.
The CS for Alabama is a separate line item, and we did ask for an increase, and in that increase, we included a request for an additional specialist. Because that initiative is expanded from a 9 through 12 program to now a K through 12 program, and so we wanted to try to add a specialist that has more of an elementary background and training related to computer science. We just have one specialist now in Dawn trying to oversee the whole program, and it's expanded significantly, so we would like to add a specialist. That's in the CS for AL.
Thank you.
One page back, right?
Sometimes I don't know where it fits, and so you clarified that, so yes, we do. I mean, the expectations of the law now is that we have to have it K through 12, and that's a lot to ask of one person to support the entire state with that sort of mission. So no, I appreciate you clarifying that for me. So, and what is EPIC? Is this the EPIC program support?
So EPIC program involves our new program evaluation process. And with EPIC status, they would be singled out as just really successful programs that would also allow for them to have opportunity to be best practices, systems, help us lead in PD, professional learning, additional resources. But it's just our spotlight type programs that they're putting in the extra effort, time, and energy, and we would have some funding to help support that.
Okay, thank you. I just had not seen that term, so
Good.
thank you.
Absolutely. Bottom of page 4, marketing campaign for teachers, asking for a $200,000 increase there to continue the efforts to market as far as bringing in new teachers and inviting students to go into the profession and those things. Top of page 5, again, legislative action, Liberty Learning Foundation stays there. National Board for Professional Teaching Standards. No increase was asked by our section in that one. They felt like it was adequately funded to do that. National Board Certification of Teachers, again, the same way. And then when we get into professional development and computer training, you'll see as those line items come through, middle school computer programming initiative, PD of educators on special ed, principal mentoring program, computer science for professional development, and then the technology in motion program. They did ask for a $1.25 million increase. And I apologize, I don't have the notes for that one as to what they were doing there, but there may be Ms. Martin or someone.
I think it's to put, right now we don't have, it's underfunded, but we don't have a TIM in every regional link service center like we're supposed to. Some have to cover 2, and it's just to get full coverage.
Get full coverage. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. There's any people in. Some of the rest of them here again are just line items, but you have your robotics grant program, $1 million, no increase for that. It's meeting the need there. Alabama Scholars Bowl TV show comes through. Southern Research Institute, Southwest School of Deaf and Blind, Special Education Preschool Program. There again, our special education director felt that one was adequately funded. And all 3 of those are coming under the Certified Behavior Analysis Program and the Teacher Incentive Stipend.
Let me stop you on there, because that one's blank on purpose to let us think about this. So, last year we asked for enough money to do a $5,000 stipend for every special education teacher. And I should have, it's because they didn't appropriate anything in 23, it's blank. But I'll go back, or we'll find what we asked for last year. So it's a line item. It's not even actually in the budget because it's never been funded. But if y'all are good with that, I still think that is the one area we continue to hear from every day, that there is crisis shortage in special ed teachers. And so we would like to do a minimum of a $5,000 stipend.
Do you remember what we asked for last year?
From memory, as I remembered, I think it was
68 million last year.
Somebody here, we were 68 million.
68 million.
I would assume we do not reduce that.
And that would be 5,000 for each teacher. So if do y'all want to ask for 68 million again?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Does that include, like we do with NBCTs, would we send the LEAs 6,000 but 5,000 would actually go, I mean, because we don't want it to be a cost to the school.
Yeah, we need
right? So-
to, I need to find that out. I'm not sure we did, but
And
that's
have
what
the
you'd
teacher-
like to do. I don't
and have the
think we
numbers
did
I
gone
that.
think it was
and
6,000 to
number
the
of
school
teachers we
and
have.
5,000 went to the
Was
teachers.
6
The 1,000 was
Because they
for.
would take out their taxes.
It should
so-
be about the same. So Dr. Richardson asked, would there be more teachers this year? Our numbers should be about the same because our student count is about the same, similar. But I think we did not put money in to pay the benefits, so we would have to, it would go up.
And also, Dr. Mackey, we may want to look at that new alternate approach for special education to see whether or not it rendered new teachers, whereas they may have been long-term subs last
That was
year.
a number.
It will be actual teachers this year, so they will be captured in the new number. So when we give the new projections, we can look to see who have taken advantage of that approach.
So the consensus is you will come back with a revised figure to
If it
accommodate
needs to be
that.
revised.
Yeah.
If
That's
it
we'll
needs to
leave
be
it with it, come back with a revised figure.
Yes, sir.
Easy enough.
Beyond the 68 million.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
It was 68, yes.
Yes.
So we'll see where it is once we get to counts.
Maybe you're right, but
Symphony and Education Program, Teach for America, Teacher in-Service Centers, and through those are the line items there. So then you see Total Financial Assistance Program. Our request coming up would be $126,424,403, and that represents about a $10,782,000 increase. The next one's Gifted Students Program. We're asking for a $10 million increase to enhance our Gifted Students programs.
You increased last year. You wanna bring that up one more second?
One
Go ahead.
question, I'm sorry, about the
Teacher
in-service
in-service
centers.
centers. Dr. Richardson asked, well,
You went up
between
last
now
year.
and next year, now and next month, we'll survey them again. We surveyed them last year. We did a big jump. This represents a big jump from the 22 budget. But our Angie Pelton, who is our person who's been working with in-service centers for quite a while, got hired away by Montgomery Public Schools. And so she's just started with them. So I don't know in that transition if we actually reached out to the in-service centers and asked them if they wanted an increase. So before we meet in September, if they do, I'll be real surprised if they don't ask for an increase. But we'll ask them for some, for an updated number on what that might look like. Very good point.
And then a rationale, so we'll know in the
Yes.
comment section. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
technology infrastructure, was that in last year's budget? And is that why it's blank?
Sir, I'm sorry.
It says
The technology infrastructure.
infrastructure. It's blank. Is that the same reason?
It was blank last year. It's an old line item.
Okay.
And it moved over.
Take it off the line.
We'll look back historically and see, once line items are created, sometimes they stay in the program even after they're defunct. Yeah, but I'll find out what the history is there.
Then at least put a zero in zero.
I think that might be left from the year, that we had to upgrade all the computer systems here in the building. We had to go to all new servers, and 1 year got a appropriation to buy those servers, and I think that may be what that's from. Probably get a text from somebody that'll say, no, you're wrong in a minute. We'll check it.
Right, okay.
When in doubt, blame it on the computer. It works for me.
So, next few here that you see, Reading is Fundamental Program, American Village. The reason, American Village is one of those pass-throughs as well, but there was a one-time earmark in last year's allocation from the legislature for that. So we're showing it as it carrying back down to what it previously was funded in years prior to that. So it goes back to a level fund. They had added something in there specific for that. You've got Kinder Vision, Future Teachers of Alabama. This one is one where we're really looking for a $2 million increase. And it's to help fund interns at state substitute pay rate. Dr. Mackey can speak more to this one. I know it's one that was.
Yeah, so this is that Grow Your Own program. One of the things we wanted to do is we partner with AEA on this. And we pass through for those programs $500 for school, which is supposed to pay a stipend to the teacher sponsor. Well, we'd like to increase the stipend to about $2,500. and get more teachers interested in sponsoring Grow Your Own programs. And we also want to give them some grants to help pay for things like travel. Like when those students came down here, if they can do field trips and those kind of things. A lot of our schools bus young people from, say, the high school to the elementary school to do an internship. And so we don't pay for all those things. They just get the $500 grant. And y'all have been real supportive of the Grow Your Own concept. And we feel like if we put more money into it, more schools would sign up and say, yeah, well, if we're not going to be out, because remember, they have to put a teacher unit to do it that we don't fund, unless they use one of their state-funded units. So at the very least, by paying the stipend and paying for all their expenses, maybe we could get more schools to do the program. And that's what that's for. Now, another thing we talked about, but it's actually not in here, I think, funding the interns, but we actually have also talked about paying student teachers too, with paying for the internship. That's not a part of this. I think that we may have conflated that, but we've talked about paying stipends to students who intern, and I hope you think about that. So let me explain what I'm talking about. We asked students to take off a semester when I was a student teacher. I had a job. I mean, I worked all the way through college, and the semester I student taught, I had to quit my job because I didn't have time to do that. So I had to pay for my internship. We're one of the few professions where people actually pay to do their own internship, because I had to pay my tuition that semester, my gas going back and forth to the school and all that, and had to quit my job. So it was I remember it was a hard semester. And so we've talked about, well, what if we paid students for their internship, paid, a stipend that would just cover their,
What if the universities cut their tuition with it?
Well,
Let's split the difference on it. That's not gonna happen, I know. My university didn't cut my tuition.
So that is something that could also go in that rate, in there too, in that line item. But I think I asked you to add that language, but we didn't actually increase for enough that would pay for the internships. The $2 million would pay for the increased grants to the Grow Your Own programs. But those are my notes. That could we also look at paying for internships? But it would take more money to do that. So if you're interested, we could run the number. It'd simply be, we know how many interns we have every year. It'd just be a matter of what do we pay them? Is it a $500 stipend? Is it $1,000? I mean, and I've heard that from several of our deans, that they have students who have to quit their jobs and they have to take out a loan to live that semester.
They have to take
or
up 16 weeks, right?
Yeah. So.
And it might be a recruiting tool or some way to put the shortage to get people more interested to stay.
If we paid them even at the state sub rate now is $120, I think. So how many days, Dr. Rich, I don't mean to put you on the
16
spot.
weeks.
16 weeks. We do the math and figure out if we just paid $120 a day, what that would be.
I remember when we made that recommendation for the change to extend that internship opportunity, because they had so little knowledge of real classroom activities and classroom management. But it could become something like a residency type program. There's some residencies that don't pay, and there's some residencies that do, in just different professions, and perhaps give it some really, some status too, where it's a big deal. But yeah, that would be a goal.
So that's 80 days.
$9,600.
It's 16 weeks.
You've already done it?
$9,600.
Yeah.
Yes,
$9,600.
for 16 weeks at 80 days.
Times the number of interns.
Times the number of interns. That's the only number I didn't know.
Starting to be real money.
But that's a lot of money.
That
And
is
that's
a
why
lot
you
of
have to
money.
be real
So we might have to start lower.
Maybe $60 a day.
And maybe
Because
if
right now
it's
they're
a
not getting
recruitment tool, then maybe the locals would, figure out
They
a way to
can
make
get
that
sub
work.
pay right now. That's been a change that we've done.
Right,
Whereas
that
we
went out
can
last
replace
week.
them. Yes,
Exactly.
so
Right.
that's a help right there, son.
Exactly.
It helps the shortage.
Because the memo went out last week, and they
Yes.
can't get sub pay.
It is.
Yeah, because you would be in the heart of it knowing.
So are the and I guess I'm confused, student teachers and interns are the same thing? Is that what we're
Yeah,
talking about?
yeah.
So we're
Student
talking
teachers, we call them interns, yes.
Okay,
Sorry.
so we're talking about, when we say fund interns, it's state
Student
substitute.
teachers.
Okay, we're talking about funding student teachers when they are in their class, doing their student teaching work. We're going to fund them.
He's talking about consideration of it, not
Right,
that.
right.
Yeah.
It's, we're considering, yes, whether to pay them. Okay, I thought we were talking about funding, offering a stipend to the teacher who
We-
had the program
we
in
are,
high school.
we are.
You are, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
different things.
It's my fault,
Okay.
it's my fault, but it should be
Okay.
two things. You're right.
Okay.
So mark through that fund interns and just, that $2 million increase would take our Grow Your Own programs and increase the stipend from $500 a program to hopefully $2,500 a program, and offer them some grants to help pay for transportation, those sort of things.
Okay.
So that would pay a stipend to the classroom teacher who's sponsoring the Grow Your Own Future Teachers of America program. The other item is discussing paying for an internship though, for student teachers.
Thank you.
Now, yes, ma'am. And what we did last week, and Dr. McCarty, you and I actually worked on this last summer for JSU. If you have a teacher, up to the institution, but if you have a classroom where, let's say, you cannot find a math teacher, and you have an intern, a student teacher in math, you can put that student teacher in their own classroom, preferably in close proximity to their cooperating teacher, mentor. But you can put them in their own classroom and pay them substitute teacher pay at the daily rate. And they can have their own classroom for that semester while they're completing their internship. Now, we've always allowed that, but discouraged it because the whole point of student teaching is trying to have, a teacher with a cooperating teacher in the room together. But because of the shortage, we've had many more districts ask for it. I think Montgomery County asked for 16 placements just a couple of weeks ago. And so we sent out a memo last week that clarified that is allowable if the institution agrees. Now, I had to, some of our colleges.
That's what I was gonna ask you. Now, that control about that happening, I assume it's controlled by the institution.
It's controlled by the
Because the
institution.
institutions I went to, if you were a student teaching, in fact, you were a student
Yes.
under the supervision full-time of the teacher. Otherwise, it negates that role of being a student teacher.
But the institution, both the LEA and the institution have to approve it. But I can tell you, there are many more of them doing it now.
I'd like to get a list of those that would approve that, please.
That would approve.
So I know the ones when they come to me about other issues like praxis and all that, who are doing other things. I want to know those that would approve that component, because if we're in a cooperative relationship with the schools of education, among other things, they've come and asked us for it. I'd like to know how many of those are accommodating this need to allow those persons to do as you described. Because I want to know who does and doesn't. Because I get contacted by other things from the deans, and we've got some letters about other issues. So I'd like to know what
Which ones do?
which ones are
allow, which
accommodating
ones
those
don't.
needs as well.
Okay.
We will have that, Dr. Mackey, moving forward after the memo from last week. Since it's a formal process now, they would send that application back in to us. So we would have a way to track those.
So we'll know those
universities.
institutions that do and do not do
We
these.
would have a way.
Thank you very much. That's important to us, I think.
And one more follow-up question on the Future Teachers of America program. The proposed increase in the amount that goes to the school, if we were able to, recommend 2,500, that, most of that would go to the teacher and for travel. The teacher, it's not a full-time position, is it it's like a organization or a club or an activity, or how is it?
It depends, Dr. Hull might have to help me with this. So for us, it's considered a CTE course.
So it's a
Some of them do it full-time, and that's what they teach, and they may have, like the one I visited at Parker High School, the teacher, that's what she does, and she has a different group of students who come in each period and work with her. And they actually have, at that school, they have a pre-K campus. They have a pre-K classroom on the high school campus, and those, I'm gonna use the word interns, I shouldn't. Those high school students who are in her class, that's where they go into and work with pre-K students. So sometimes she has them in the classroom, sometimes she has them in the pre-K classroom. But she full-time does that all day long. In other places, they may only have one section of FTA, and so that person may teach, often they teach family and consumer sciences. And so they may teach FCCS classes part of the day, and they have one section of FTA.
Okay, thank you.
Next one here, Alabama Science in Motion Program. They are asking for $1 million increase, which was to allow for equipment replacement and upgrades to current technology and to add virtual augmented reality science lab experiences. And so that's just the cost that they believe they need, or the increase they believe they need in order to be able to do that. Next area is our local education agencies, which gets into our foundation program. You can see here where our increase ask is going to be a $586 million increase. And so there's several things that go on within this one. There's some of the notes there, but then I'm going to expound on some of that. One is to adjust advisors for teachers, and this would align all of our K-6 teacher advisors to the kindergarten level, which is the lowest one, and then our 7-12 would get aligned to the high school level, really helping our grades 6, 7, and 8 advisors, which are the higher ones that we currently have. If we were to do that adjustment, it would add about 4,063 available teacher units across the state. The next one is to adjust the ADM factor for earned school counselor units. And so the way that works is way back in the day when it was the Southern Accreditation Colleges and schools, and now to Advanced Ed and then to Cognia, there's a number that we use for elementary and then for middle and secondary. And so for every 0 to 500 students in an elementary school, you get one counselor. For every 250 in a high school, you get one counselor. And so what we did was we looked at that as if we were to take those numbers and cut them in half. So if we divided by 2, in effect, what it would do is add about 1,444 counselors to our schools across Alabama, which in turn, there again goes back to help with our mental health, our other active needs of our students in the social and emotional realm by doing that. So that's part of this $586 million increase. The next one was to increase the extension multiplier for school-based administration and counselors. And so the way that works within the foundation program, every principal in a secondary school, we send to the district, we send the equivalent of 1.45 of what their teacher salary would be. So they get 1.45. And then for elementary, I think it's 1.35, and then it comes down to assistant principals at 1.1. Secondary counselors get 1.2. We have this, and I can give you the list if you want it later. But basically what we did was we took anything that was 0.03, which was our lowest level of the counselor extension, and 0.1 for assistant principals, and we doubled those. And then for the others, where it's our elementary, middle, and high school principals, we added 10% to that, so a 0.1 add. And what that does in effect is it increases our ask in the foundation program by $25 million. But what it ultimately does is for our school systems who have been having to make up the difference in what the state sends and what they actually have to pay to get those people in those positions, it reduces their cost in that. And so, for instance, I had a couple of CSFOs run numbers for me, and in a fairly large district, it was going to equate to somewhere between $340,000 to $360,000 in additional revenue for that district within their foundation program, which they can then allow to cover utility costs, they can cover more teacher units. There's lots of things they could do with that, but it's something that I think the last time extension increases were really addressed goes all the way back to 2007, as best I could remember and find. And there was a 3-year plan there. We all know what happened in 2008, and so the 3-year plan never happened. And so it's something to look at to really help our local districts by covering increasing that cost. Even as our analysis shows, even the increases we're recommending don't fully fund it. It just gets it closer. It closes the gap. And so we're looking to close that gap. And then the last one you see there in the notes is to increase our OCE, other current expenses, by $100 million. And this goes back to the question about school safety and those things. And so, as we talk to our districts and superintendents and associations and those that are looking at all these issues, as that is a very prevalent issue at the moment, this was a way that if we can put it in our OCE, then each of our districts have the flexibility to use the funds for school safety, training, reinforcements, anything they need to do. Because what we find is, when you go in one district, they have done these things. They've put in door locks, they've put in different windows, they've put in film. You go in another district and they haven't yet been able to do that because they haven't had the funding. And so this gives them the flexibility without us putting it in a line item that details exactly what they have to do with it. It gives our superintendents and our local boards the option to use the money best fit to meet the needs of their community and their schools with the efforts that they've already put in place, whether that's improved door lock systems and things, cameras, all those things. It would give them the opportunity to do that with flexibility by putting it in the foundation program as to otherwise put it in something else. And that makes up the lion's share of where that $100 million would come in. Obviously, they have other costs that are going to come out as we anticipate the ending of our COVID funds and things of that nature that they've put in place for recurring costs that may come from those as it's upkeep and maintenance to those systems that they've put in place.
Dr. Payne, one quick question.
Yes.
In the beginning, when you were talking about adjusting the advisors by adding the 4,063.2 units, you said back to the kindergarten level, is that 18 students up to 21? What is that ratio, that level?
It's actually not the ratio, it's the divisor that we go.
Oh, what was the divisor?
And so,
Is it 18 up to 21?
I think it's 14.75.
It's 14, that's lower, okay, that's great.
Yeah, that's the divisor, because what that does, you gotta keep in mind, that's not every just classroom teacher. What that does for the schools, that covers their PE unit, it covers their, if they have choir, music, or anything like that. It covers, and then there's also a factor in there by percentage for CTE and for I lost it, what the other one was that it covers, special education.
But that's lower than what I thought, 'cause
It
used to
is,
be 18,
right,
but now it's gone down to 14.
Right, yeah, I think it's 14 something in that one, and I think the high school one's 18.
Okay,
so
but years ago, it used to be
It did,
18.
yes,
when I was
years ago, it
superintendent.
was,
Okay.
yeah, it was 18.
All right, but it's
for a long
14, that's great, that's an improvement.
Yeah, but that's how that would work, to bring
Okay.
that in, to give them that option.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, and I've got a question too.
Sure.
So the OCE, $100 million, and how much, what would be the average increase in OCE per school? And I know I'm asking you, I mean, it'd probably be by enrollment, ADM, or whatever, but.
It would be, we can run it out of the foundation program to get a number for that. I know Ethan, he's texted me a couple of other things, he's watching, so he can get that, we can know what it is, but.
It'd just be nice to know like what the average, if it's meant to be to cover safety.
Yeah, because
and that kind of thing.
it's funded by unit, earned unit, and so that's the way that works, and then it rolls into that so that the district can use it how they want to. So, but we can get you what it is as far as the unit on that.
And then on the divisors, last year, I mean, I'm a huge proponent, because that's what I hear, like my schools, when they reach out to them, they, especially like grades 4 through 6, very high divisors. And I've been personally walked into classrooms, 4th and 5th grade classes where there are 38 and 39 students in a classroom. And so I think we're asking too much of our teachers and our administration when we have 38 and 39 in a classroom. But if they only have state funds, no local funds are available, they have to take what the state gives them for these teachers. And so this to me is urgent, that we reduce the divisors. And I know this is a big ask, right? I realize that. But if we can't get all of this, then I would urge all of us, as we talk to legislators, to do everything we can to reduce the divisors. Because last year, we did not. We were not able to get a reduction in the divisors. And so, again, I know this is a big ask, and I know it's expensive, but I think having 38 and 39 children in a classroom is just untenable when they're being held to such high expectations. And so, and I would also like a list of the divisors, like by grade as they are right now.
Sure.
And then what we would have, what it is right now, and then compare it with what we're proposing. And so that would be helpful for me. So thank you.
Yeah, we can get that for you. Next one is the math and science teacher salary matrix. We're gonna hold that at level funding going into 24 at 80 million. We've got the report on that. There's plenty of money in that line item to take care of our extended contracts for teams teachers. The next two are transportation, both fleet renewal and operations. You'll see the increases there. Fleet renewal is a little over 18 million and then operations is 109. That's simply coming from, that's our request, and where that comes from is, that is the total calculation that what it takes to operate our transportation fleet as it is. And so Jerry Lassiter pulled that for me, our fund accountant for transportation, and that's, we always ask for the full amount and then we go from where they fund that.
That's a 36% increase for fleet and 30% for operations. Let's hope it covers fuel costs.
Yeah, that's what it is. I mean,
I
currently.
said, I hope it
Yeah,
covers school
well,
costs. I know
it's a changing day. You never know. It goes
every
up
time
and
I go by a gas station. it
So
changes.
this would 100% fund transportation,
as of the day we ran.
as of today, right.
As of the day we ran the
Right.
numbers. You know, tomorrow may be a different day, but yes, ma'am, that's what that would do at the current rate.
Thank you.
At risk, level funding, 20,967,000. Current unit stays level funding, 2 million. Board of Adjustment, 750,800 stays level. Top of the next page. For all those in the audience, we only have 3 lines to go. School nurses, our request is gonna be 60 million, which is an increase of a little over $10 million. I don't think we have to say a whole lot about why we want more school nurses. I mean, the needs are there. We know that they serve our children in a special way, and they bridge the health care and the education for our students. And so we hope to raise that so that we can fund more nurses into our schools. Career Tech operations and maintenance, the request is 10 million, which will be a $2 million increase. And again, it's for a different line item section of our Career Tech operations, but to increasing number of teachers and programs in each system. As workforce development continues to grow as a priority in Alabama, we know that's been a big priority. And so those additional funds would help us in terms of the teachers and then the materials and supplies that go within the textbooks, the equipments, anything related to our Career Tech student instruction. And then the last one, Information Technology Services Program, currently at level, 20,413,000. Big focus of that one this past year and is going to be going forward is ensuring cybersecurity, that we have network administrators qualified, or they're contracting those services so our schools are protected from that as best they can be, as that's an everyday threat. So then you see our total for local education agencies is an increase of 726 million in our request, and then the grand total increase that we have currently today is 799 million. And so one thing I would end with that, a couple things I would end with in those are that we have once FY21, FY22 closes, we will then know what the total revenues for the ETF were so that we can calculate the cap rate for the rolling reserve and make sure where we are within that. I'm working with the Department of Finance with a couple of folks over there to, when those numbers come in, they're gonna let me know. They're not final till off in November, but they'll have the preliminary of what they know there will be in mid-October. So we'll have that information that we can bring back to you as well. And then, as it was stated earlier, in terms of revenue collections, we're certainly ahead for the year, greatly ahead, and so that continues to be a great positive for us in education in Alabama. So, any other questions?
Any prediction on how long that will last?
No, ma'am. I am not an economist. I will not try to run the fiduciary numbers on that one, but you know, it defies all logic from somebody at a base level that understands what's going on, that it's there. You know, people still say some say we've started a recession, some say we're not there yet, some say it's coming. But you know, I know the anticipated that I saw after the third quarter of the fiscal year, which would have ended in June, was that it's somewhere collection wise around $2 billion above. So we'll see how that plays out, what's coming in the fourth quarter of the fiscal year to know that. But it's a good position to be in. It's just what the future holds with it.
Dr. Payne, on behalf of the board and the staff, it's been a very informative and thorough discussion. subject to revision based on some suggestions. I thank you and the staff and Dr. Mackey for this presentation.
Dr. Reynolds, I've got a couple more.
I'm sorry, I didn't know if
Just
you
a
were waiting
second.
till after we had a chance to eat lunch or not.
Well, while he's in the flow, Dr. Payne looks happy right now, so just a couple more. I get
He
emails
thought he was leaving, so I looked
from,
happy.
he wanted to go, he may run for the hills. But, these were some requests I had from some of my schools. One was to fully fund the existing mental health coordinator. For any additional mental health support services, we would like the option to hire social workers instead. We have hired 2 and could utilize 6 more. It's a county system. That is one thing. So a mental health coordinator, is that anywhere in here?
So we did have the increase, and that was the one we talked about looking back at, where we're gonna go from 113, 146, and then add the
Okay, so that's
ADM
the
number on
mental
top
health.
of
Okay,
it. So that'll be
okay.
the one we're gonna do the analysis per pupil after that.
Okay, then fully fund CTE at existing area career centers. This was completely left out of the foundation plan in 1995, which is 3 decades old.
Put that up. So I think some of that, Dr. Hull could speak to this more probably too. He's still here. So I thought maybe he'd ran for his lunch already. So, you know, some of that, obviously the 2 million that we're asking to increase additional teachers and do that, and then that's in the initiative one, or that was O&M, and then the initiative one was another increase of 4.8. So, you know, I don't know where that would get them in fully funded, but now the other piece of that is, when you go back to our foundation program, where we're asking for $100 million increase in OCE, as we break that out, that can also be used with the divisors that would go down, and then that, and the extension increase. So it's really building capacity within the foundation program to have our locals have the opportunity to fully fund some of those things. And because it varies from district to district what that need is.
Right, and I'm just the
Sure.
messenger here, so I'm pressing this on. One is fully fund the BCBA, the Board Certified Behavioral Analyst. It's our understanding that this year the RFP will be available for $57,000. We received no other funding. This has worsened since children have been at home more since COVID. We are seeing more behavioral and social issues.
Right.
So,
We have that in here as level funded, and I think we
is it
did something
fully
in
funded?
districts. That's our board certified behavior specialists, they work with children with autism. And that's a line item that we only began 2 years ago. Y'all asked for it, the governor passed it in her budget, and the legislature fully funded it in 22, and then again in 23 at the request, which was 8.5 million, I think. Let's find it, and it's and that's 1 per district. Now, part of what you could have gotten there, so we're funding it at, it's like so many things we fund that's not in the foundation program. This is how much you get. And so if they hired a specialist, I forget the number you just said, if they got 52,000 and they hired a specialist that cost them 70,000, they're paying the difference. And I don't think, well, I know for a fact the legislature did not increase like the raise in that too. So we could look at increasing that line item.
Well, I can get more information
No,
too.
yes, ma'am.
A lot of what some districts are doing is they're taking the money, or will be taking the money, because it's actually, I think this coming fall is the first year that they actually will get the allocations per se. So the high need funds that were discussed here earlier, a lot of them are taking those funds, requesting for money to assist them in payment for those particular individuals. So even though there may be a cap on the amount of money that is going to be received for the LEA, they can also apply for additional funds to supplement those individuals. Use high needs funds, along with, we also have like some of our catastrophic funds as well that can be merged with that. So then the liability won't be on the district to use money of their own to do that.
Okay, I'll pass that on, but thank you.
You're welcome.
And then I had another system that asked, it said that they received no funding for SROs. And yet in the interest of safety, they would like to have an SRO at every school. And could we look into funding that?
Well, that's something we could talk about, so we do not fund SROs. The only thing, with the money they have, again, OCE money can be spent on SRO. And the legislature changed it a few years ago so that A&T money can be spent on an SRO. They have to contract with a law enforcement agency to hire the SRO if they want, because they have to be A-Post certified and all that. So it's usually a police or sheriff's officer, but now that is true. We do not have a designated line item for SROs. We could ask for it. We'd have to work on the language a little bit. So one thing is that we know there are about 440 SROs in the state, about 1,600 schools. And so an SRO, as you know, is a sworn officer who has specialized training in working in a school setting. There are many more police officers and sheriff's deputies working in our schools, hundreds more, but they're not trained as SROs. So anyway, there are two questions that have come to me. So one is, if we started funding SROs, would we as a state go back and fund the 440 that are already in the schools, so you don't penalize the folks who've been paying for their own for years? And the second one is, would you require the SRO certification instead of just paying for a police officer? I mean, those are legitimate questions.
And maybe we could survey, like you said, like through SSA and ASB and all those, and find out what the will of the state would be, and it's in the interest of safety.
Absolutely.
Is why they want to, they want to offer that and have one at every school.
And that's a very good point, because I think, and I'm looking at Bart there, I don't think y'all have done your survey yet, and SSA last week told me they'd not done theirs yet, so maybe we could ask them both to put it in their surveys and get some information on that. Thank you.
That'd be great.
It's a good point.
And then last question, this, like, $800 million, that we're asking for an increase, do we put an expected, I know we do for our employees, but do we, in this number, in our request, are we anticipating what we think the raise will be? I mean, is there a fudge factor in here somewhere?
It's called
not
the
really?
divisors.
It's
It's called the divisors. So it's not likely we're gonna get 4,900 new units.
okay.
And so what we generally do is work with y'all on asking for more money for divisors. In some years past, they would give us some on the divisors and then take the balance for the raises. Now, we've not had the divisor change in 2 years. So I really do hope we can get some adjustment on the divisors this year. While there's a significant amount of money, though it's been pointed out, could dry up quickly. But no, we don't even try to guess the raise.
But that's
But it's
cushion.
right.
It gives us that. And on the divisors note, Dr. Maker, real quick, that y'all asked for, what we're asking for in this, K6 would become 14.25. And then 712 would become 17.95, which was current to what our 12th grade was and our kindergarten was currently, but we want to make it universal to K6, 14.25, and 712 at 17.95.
That would be
17.95.
Thank you.
That's another one of our upstairs, magic numbers.
Thank you.
We can thank Ethan. He was like, look at the top left-hand corner. He took a picture of it. He said, there it is.
Excellent, thank you very much, and I'm sorry to prolong it, I just wanted to ask those follow-up
Good
questions
question.
before, Dr. Payne stepped away.
Thank y'all so much.
Before you leave, are there any, I don't want to presuppose anything, are there any other questions to Dr. Payne? We will adjourn until 2 o'clock. So much for my 1 o'clock deadline. Or recess is the correct one, right?
Recess.
Awareness, understanding, and perception of what career and technical education really is in grades before high school, specifically middle grades, but also some of our late elementary grades. And so what this project does, the Alabama Career Development Model, allows us to work alongside with the counselors in the elementary and middle schools to provide opportunities, resources, tools, ideas, suggestions of things they can be doing in the lower grades to help students understand, and most importantly, possibly their parents, understand what career opportunities are available in their area and across the state of Alabama, and how the education that they're receiving through middle school will connect to a pathway in high school to prepare them for certain careers. Whether they're going to college or not is irrelevant. We want everyone to come through career tech because we want everyone to get a job eventually, whether they go right out of high school or then to 2-year or to 4-year university work. At some point they have to get a job. And so we feel like career tech lays that foundation. So we want all of our students going through that. So this model is something that we started. We had a lot of great input from a lot of really good stakeholders. Laura and Kathy have done an amazing job putting this together. Sean's been very supportive in the process as well. We thoroughly vetted it. Workforce Council had input on it as well. They had a chance to review and offer input, and you'll see the list of all the different stakeholders as we get ready to roll the final document out. But at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Laura, and she's going to walk you through the presentation, and we'll take questions at the end if needed.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to present this. As Dr. Hull stated, one of the goals when he came to the department was to get a K-12 framework, and so in consultation with PCG, we worked really hard to make this happen, and we identified it as a really good opportunity. And with Kathy's background in counseling and mine in career tech, and then with the experience of our stakeholders, we feel like we have really developed a good comprehensive plan that begins in elementary and takes a student all the way to graduation. And Kathy is here somewhere. She might be next door, but she can join me at the table for questions. But I do want to point out, I believe that you have seen the copy of this, but Mr. Krill is working right now to give it a refresh. And so when you see the final document, the cover may look just a little bit different. But the purpose of the framework is to provide all students in grades K through 12 with the necessary knowledge, skills, and abilities to be engaged, employable citizens. So quite simply, our goal is to prepare our students to be employable citizens once they leave our schools. So it's very simple. And as we developed, excuse me, the model, we made certain that it aligned with the strategic plan, the state plan for school counselors, and the WIOA combined plan. We also made sure that it complements the work that is being done by the Alabama Workforce Council. And we wanted to ensure that we developed and complemented something that was, and that our plan enhanced successful initiatives. We didn't want to just create something that didn't align with those things that were already being successful in our state. I also wanted to make you aware of the stakeholders that were part of the process, and you'll notice that they range from our education partners to business and industry, and they were very willing to provide feedback and contribute to the process. The career development model uses the National Career Cluster model, and this model utilizes the 16 career clusters as the basis of its career exploration approach. The plan is divided into 3 grade bands that build as the child ages. So it begins with the awareness piece, and then it moves to exploration and finishes with the preparation piece. We are using the Alabama Career Planning System and its many components and resources throughout the plan. With the addition of Career Galaxy this year, our students now have access in grades K through 12. And as you're aware, this resource is generously provided to all of our students. We're very thankful for that. So let's take just a quick moment to look at the purpose of each of our grade bands. So in our career awareness piece, you'll notice that at the elementary grades, it's important that student exposure include a broad spectrum of career clusters, including careers that are non-traditional for underrepresented populations. And then when we move into the career exploration piece, with the help of their counselors and career coaches, students explore and investigate the 16 career clusters. And this is where they're going to discover the pathways and the career that best aligns with their interests. But if you notice that in the very last sentence of that career exploration piece, it reads, the following career exploration section contains learning targets and strategies that can be utilized to assist schools in developing a career development model that is aligned to the local community and workforce needs. So we wanted to ensure that this model is very adaptable to the local needs of the community. During the preparation piece, students refine their career goals and they begin to prepare for a successful career after high school with a very targeted approach. And in this section, you're going to see where we included guidance on the FAFSA and on college and career readiness indicators. Within each grade band, the first 4 targets largely remain the same in purpose, but as students get older, their understanding deepens and the targets build on their prior knowledge. So for example, in the elementary grades, Target 3, career awareness, becomes career exploration in the middle and high school grades. And if you notice Target 4, out of school time and family engagement piece, we wanted to make sure we provided an opportunity for families to be involved with their students in school communities. And this was very important to our stakeholders, to the counselors and to the school administrators who served on this committee. Beginning in middle school, we added additional targets. You'll notice the career interest inventories and activities, career planning, and personal education plans of study pieces. The suggested strategies here are very targeted to ensure that students are exposed to a multitude of preparation opportunities. And at the very end of the document, there is one resource page that includes free, reputable resources for those that work with students. And our goal is that this page is a working document that can be updated as additional resources become available. And so Kathy and I have been introducing this resource to school leaders this spring and summer at the curriculum and instruction boot camps, at the ACTA, MEGA, and ALACTE conferences. And we are really excited to take it to our career coaches at their fall retreat this fall. We're especially excited about that opportunity because we feel like this plan, this development model, provides a systemic approach for our K-12 students, especially during the proposed career coach expansion. So let's discuss the next steps. In the next few weeks, we're going to finalize the document. We recently made a few updates with some feedback from our stakeholders. And like I mentioned earlier, Mr. Creel is giving us a refresh. And so he's busy putting the final touches on that. And then we hope to get that posted to the website and out to the LEAs as soon as possible. We will be getting it into the hands of our directors and at their director meeting that's coming up. And it'll be available to the career coaches, but it can be implemented during this school year. So we just want to thank you for the opportunity to discuss this and present this to you today, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Monica, do you have anything to add?
No, sir. We worked on this together extensively. I am going to just reiterate that we're very excited. I work directly with career coaches, and we think this is going to be a great guideline for our new folks that are coming in, because we have several new ones this year, and we're very excited that this can be their guidebook for working with K-12.
Any questions from the board?
How is it received at your
summer conferences.
I'll let Kathy talk about Mega. I'll tell you from the Career Tech Summer Conference, everyone is very excited to have a complete resource or a guidebook. And they like how we organized it, because if a teacher or a career coach or just a guidance counselor, school administrator, they can go right to the page that pertains to them. You know, if they're in a school that just teaches 7th grade, they can just open to the middle grades and see exactly what pertains to them. That was some of the feedback that we got, but they love the resource page because there are Schoology groups in there that they can be a part of that have even more resources than the ones that we listed there.
It was received very well by our people, and we're excited to dig in a little deeper and just hands-on activities, share some more resources of different things, lesson plans and such that they can do. We will be adding that to the Schoology pages.
Other questions?
I think it's a great plan. Just one quick question. Under career awareness,
Yes, sir.
the one with elementary grades K through 2, and then the one that says 6 through 8, that last sentence that you had us to look at there. With the one with the K through 2, it references developing a career development plan, and then the one on 6 through 8, a model. Is there any difference in the two? You see what I'm saying? That last sentence you had us,
Yes, ma'am.
it doesn't matter, really, does it? Okay, I just wondered. I didn't know if you all were trying to have continuity in the language or not. So
I
that's
will
just for
definitely
you
take
all.
another look at that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Will the stakeholders be helping to push out, this plan to others in business and industry, to have them be aware of what we're rolling out? And it seems to me that they really need to know.
So we have shared this with some of our business partners, and I know Dr. Hull has shared it several times, and they're very excited. In fact, do you want to share
Yeah,
some of the feedback?
so we've gotten really good feedback from Manufacture Alabama and in the Workforce Council. So our plan would be to use those kind of associations to help educate their business and industries within their associations as to what we're doing. And then, you know, it's gonna be something we review yearly. So we anticipate after the first year that we'll probably generate more ideas, those suggestions, and continue to let it evolve into the most effective document possible. But yeah, we've gotten some really good feedback from several of our partners that we work with.
And we look forward to working with Mr. McCartney on bringing this to the regional workforce councils to the regionally. We did have some people from the regional workforce work with us on this, but taking it to each region.
And I did get, I know they got distributed widely among business leaders, and I had several been positive, but one CEO in particular reached out to me directly from one of our big groups and said, he said, and I took it with a grain of salt, but he's been in the business a long time, the best document to come out of this department in 40 years. And I got to thinking, well, I'm gonna take that as a full compliment. But he's very excited about the work.
So you'll send it to us as soon as you get it?
Absolutely.
As soon as it's beautified?
Yes. Well, and career coaches remind me, with this school year, do we have a career coach in every school?
System.
System, every system,
At least
okay.
one. Some school systems, the larger ones, have more than one. But what we did eliminate with plans Sean and I had worked on and picked up from when I got here is that we eliminated any sharing across systems. So whereas there was a time when we would have one career coach maybe between 3 systems, all of that has been eliminated. There's at least one in every system.
And will the career coach be the person that
Yes.
shares this with the LEA and promotes it? Okay, thank you.
Great job, ladies.
I do know that there's no university on your stakeholders. Are you integrating or communicating with the deans of the schools of education?
We did include the community college on there. You're talking about 4-year university education.
We do deal with their
Oh.
product, yes.
You know
No.
what?
We
That's a
reached
great
out.
idea. Are you talking about the education prepared, the programs that prepare
Yes,
educators?
because under stakeholders,
Yes.
they would
But Dr. Holberg is up a really good point, and I probably should have said this when we got to the stakeholders. There were several invitations that were extended and not accepted.
Oh, sure.
We looked at the regional workforce councils, we looked at the school board districts, we looked at everything, and we did look at the four-year universities. And but like we said, we are hoping that this is a living document that is revised yearly, and we hope that when we bring in new stakeholders, that more invitations will be accepted this time around. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much.
Great job.
Great work.
Thank you.
Dr. Mackey, you're still on the agenda.
Multi-tier system of supports. And they're coming up here, Kristen Dillard and her team, and I'm gonna let her introduce everybody. We've got a couple of superintendents with us.
Okay, so
We'll let Dr. Davis introduce everybody, that's good.
they insisted, they've done all of the work.
Do y'all need to know?
Yes, so, yes. We'll give y'all the confirmation. So, just briefly, what I will do is say, if you think back to where we started in November of 2019, with reaching out to the National Center for Systemic Improvement, Dr. Colleen Riley, to see what help we could get for trying to develop something like this. And one of the things is, with a great little infographic, I said, oh, we could take this one from another state and we could try to implement it and develop a book and a resource. And but we did it the right way. And if you fast forward to August of 2022, we look where we were then and where we are now. We have one state staff member that we did not have, Christy Shankles, and so she is our ed specialist for MTSS, and then Kristen Dillard is our ed administrator that does many different things, but this is also what falls under her. We have 12 regional specialists, and that it all goes to Dr. Mackey's leadership, and Andy Craig and Dr. Payne now, and then also working with, at the time it was federal programs, moving over into the ESSER money, and Ms. Martin as deputy superintendent. But really, because that's where our focus is going to be, is in those region areas with those 12 regional specialists. They have their own boarding, but we will come together next Friday with, if you think about the sheer magnitude of ARI, MSTI, MTSS, EL, when OMI, when they develop their division, their regional folks, school improvement. So when you think about the sheer magnitude of all of those people, we're going to be in a room together for as many as possible. Our Power School regional coaches, we've only got 3, but that's 3 more than we've had, and they are in the regions. Our regional in-service center directors, our ATMs, so that's why we're at the Pelham Civic Center next Friday. But what we don't want to do is all of those folks run into their schools every day and bombard them with their individual focus. Because we all know what we want to do, but that falls into, again, 3 years later and where we are, with a methodical process to pilot, and that's what we have here today with some of our districts and their leaders. And then also, I almost had a heart attack when he showed me how many we're going to take in the cohort 1. How are we going to support that? But I just want to say that they've done all the work, and so they wanted me to come up here, but they are the true heroes. So I'm going to turn it over to them and say thank you, because we have a long way to go to do this the right way, but it is, y'all know me, I don't like to go slow, but we've gone really slow to get it right, and it's well worth it. I'm going to turn it over to y'all. Sean Stevens.
Sean, hey everyone, Sean Stevens. My team, Kristen Dillard and Christy Shankles. We're just excited to finally get to share with you. I know you've all heard about MTSS in your districts and really probably wanting to know more. We've been excited about being able to bring this to you, and our team has worked, again, with Dr. Davis' leadership. Our entire department has come together and really tried to to break down those silos that you know exist in large agencies like this, and try to show that if we have a unified voice, if we have that common mission, that we really can support our school systems and the students and families that we serve. And so this has been a long process, and we're certainly not even close to being finished. But what we do know is that if we continue to work and be intentional in it, that we can really make a difference, both in achievement and in engagement for our students and our families. So I'm going to turn it over to my team here and let them really talk through just a few pieces of our MTSS system, and then actually later on give you a chance to ask some questions. And so I think once we finish, you'll feel at least much more aware of what's going on in our districts, and really just where we want to go with this, and how we truly think we can impact student achievement this way.
And one of the things we do want to make sure that we emphasize that this is an annual report that we would like to provide you guys on the progress and the status of the implementation of this multi-tier system of support. I know we love our acronyms in education, and it's much easier to say MTSS than all of that. But we just want to make sure everybody is aware. And so that we also want to make sure that we emphasize this is to support all districts across the state of Alabama. So that we really can coordinate that effort so that everyone is on the same page, as Dr. Davis and Sean had said, so that we're all making sure that we're working towards increasing the achievement and success of all students. So one of the things that a lot of times we've had to ask ourselves over the last couple of years as we've developed this is, why choose a multi-tier system of supports? And so one of the things that we really like to start with is really thinking about, why are we continuing to build a multi-tier system of supports? Because it's not new. It's something that we have been working towards, but now it is a truly concerted effort. It's one that is cross-sectional, but most importantly, one that we're trying to be proactive and really build a preventative type of framework. When we look at historically with No Child Left Behind, we're really looking at a reactive approach, and it was really focusing on the success of some students and not all. And then when we really look at what ESSA has tasked us to do here as a department, we're really looking at that proactive and preventative approach that we all know works. But most importantly, with ESSA, it's the charge of supporting all students, their strengths and their needs. And so that's one of the things that we've always tried to come back to as part of our why, is being that proactive and preventative approach. Most importantly, what you'll see on the screen is our current data. This comes straight from the education report card, actively available and publicly available on our website. And so when we look at this as in, if we were to solely look at the mathematics and ELA proficiency, and we look at that and we are faced with that current reality, then we look at our statewide college and career readiness rate. This is just the reality, but most importantly, while we look at the graduation rate with 90.63%, we still have to face that is a great number, but what about the other 9 to 10% students? What are we doing for those 9 to 10% students?
Can I interrupt you?
Oh, yes, sir.
When you compute graduation rate, what is the baseline that 90% is 90% of? What we start in the 9th grade, or how do you calculate that?
Absolutely.
In real terms?
Anyone else
What
can
are the
answer,
divisors?
but I have the definition from the website.
From the website, yes.
But anyone else is more than
You
welcome
can go right ahead.
for accountability. Okay, so from the website, that's a great question, and correct me, because I know that was accountability when I first met you, that's where you were. When we're looking at it, it's the formula, it's the percentage of students who entered the 9th grade and graduated within 4 years.
The cohort.
It is the correct cohort, absolutely.
So those students that drop out in the 6th, the 7th, 8th, and 9th grade for various reasons, that's why some people see that 90% of our students are really not graduating from high school, because the way we compute it is used in the 9th grade as the incoming data, right?
It's the cohort.
Because it's based on that 4 years, that on-time graduation.
Yes, sir. So it does start with when they enter 9th grade.
And that's the federal
Federal
definition. I just want to make sure I got it right.
And by that way, people can understand what we're computing.
Oh, absolutely. No, I agree. I just want to make sure, because not in accountability, I want to make sure that I'm speaking correctly. Absolutely.
How is that definition arrived at? Isn't it outside our doors?
It is.
Right.
She said it was the federal.
Yeah,
We
we've had this discussion many times about it.
I just wanted to clarify that, I understand.
Absolutely. Thank you. That was a great question.
Okay, with a multi-tiered system of supports, then not only do we talk about academics, but we also have to look at our reality about behavior. And I know just even from your conversations that you had this morning about budget, behavior is on the topic of all of our teachers because pre-pandemic and then of course now, teachers have seen behaviors that are unprecedented. And so the data that you see on top of the screen is from our student incident report. And so these are actually the incidents that would be considered our class 3, which would be a significant violation of either law or else the local education association's code of conduct. And so these are the top 4 incident descriptions, and we have the 1920 reports and then also the 2021 report. And you'll see that it looks like there's a huge decrease, which looks great. But the reality is we know that in the district for 20 and 21, that we had a high number of students that were either in virtual or hybrid instruction. And so while the SIR report for 21 and 22 is not currently available for public view, the preliminary data looks very similar to what our pre-pandemic, and I think that what you all indicated from your constituents is you're hearing the same thing in the field. And so we know that oftentimes that our teachers have not had the preparation necessarily in order to deal with these types of behaviors. So what does that have to do with academics? Well, it has a lot to do with academics, because we know that if a student is not actually in the school, in that building, receiving that tier 1, that general education every day, that we're losing that instructional time. So looking at and this comes from our the AIM portal for 2021, this is our out-of-school suspensions for the state of Alabama for that particular year. So this is how many days that students, and this would be, with suspensions, you're usually talking about more of a short term. So this is not alternative education or long-term out of school. These are what would be considered more of a short term. So when you translate that into how many hours that our students are not sitting in that classroom, this is how many hours of lost instructional times based on a 6.5-hour day that our students have are not receiving instruction. Now we know that the pandemic did not allow us to have that traditional face-to-face. And so our focus is trying to make sure that we engage our parents back, engage our students back, so that we can address these issues. Which brings us to chronic absenteeism. So another area of MTSS has to do with foundational wellness. Now, even though absenteeism is technically considered a behavior, we know that the reason that students are out of school, usually there's underlying causes. Community, home, school, there's all these different other factors that impact this. So when you look at chronic absenteeism, then for the definition, it's if a student misses 18 or more days in a school year. So when you think about it, that's a month that a student would have missed out of school.
10% of the year.
10% of their year. And you compound that because oftentimes, I know, I'm recently from the district and I had the chance to be the attendance officer for a while. And so usually you see the same thing happen with the same student again and again. And so that 10%, sir, would be the next year you're looking at, it compounds over and over again. And so what we want to look at is that we know that they're missing the school. We know that we need to have that return to face-to-face, and our LEAs have had difficulties and faced challenging on re-engaging our parents and our students to come back. And so we know that that's a huge factor that we would like to address. Yes, ma'am.
Like, for instance, students with disabilities, having known what I know from in a school, some of those disabilities are because of health. It's not,
yes, ma'am.
So that needs to almost be line item out because,
subgroup.
All right, I'm sorry.
A subgroup maybe.
Subgroup, right. Because, whether they're very susceptible because of their exceptionality to certain
Yes, ma'am.
colds and whatever, or going to the doctor, whatever.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
we have to be careful, I think, when using that.
And with the definition for chronic absenteeism, then the 18 is exactly what you said. It's regardless if a student has been out, if they're sick, or if they're out for any other reason, it does, as far as the accountability, it counts either way on that. So yes, ma'am, you're exactly right. And as you notice, when you look at our students that, I like to call them our at-promise students instead of our at-risk students, but we see that we have more than 10% that it would be considered chronic absenteeism.
So Christy, I do also want to say though, Ms. Ziegler, it's important that, for example, students with disabilities or even those general ed that may have a 504 plan, that's why homebound is so critical, because that then we can serve them, and with that, while they're homebound, that helps with that attendance issue because they are receiving education, and that's
Or in the hospital.
yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Yes,
So
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
that's why it's so important with OCE funds, the increase, just like the fighting. There's alternative programs cost money, people, and so that is something that will keep these kids from being, out of school suspended so much. And so I will not speak for y'all, but I know that OCE flexibility and increase will be able to help with more of these issues individualized.
Target resources
Yes.
to the students.
We also recognize this from the cases, if they're suspended, not only deters those students from receiving education, the whole classroom is disrupted for a period. And that data doesn't even reflect here, because that would be exponential. And that happens as a classroom teacher. When somebody misbehaves, that whole class can lose an hour of instruction just while that individual is dealt with, especially fighting and disrespect in some of those areas here we've identified.
Yes, sir. So we've talked about how that this impacts students and what we see from our data from students, but also MTSS addresses our educators within this framework also. And so I would like you to just kind of consider the following, and this is just a hodgepodge of different, and I apologize that it's not running across, but it is several headlines from recent here in Alabama. News reports on what we're seeing and probably what you guys have heard that is going on with teachers. And so we just want to, let you guys know that this is also, we're talking and discussing how we can support our educators too, not just our students.
And then additional information, we'll also talk about how we support parents, families, and communities. That this is a multi-tier system of support for all.
Of course, as members of the state board, we know it's your vision for us to do everything we can to help improve our student outcomes. We know that is the charge you give us every day, and that we're all here for the students in Alabama to again, prepare for their lives after high school. And so, our every child, every chance, every day, we really mean that. We believe that, especially as our mission and vision every day that we come to work, and because of your leadership and the leadership of our department leadership, we really want to show that we're working together, that we're all coming together, trying to break down those silos, those places where sometimes barriers exist and we're not even sure how they begin or why they're there. And so our entire effort for our MTSS framework has really been to bring a collaboration among our entire agency and among even our outside agencies as well, so that we can truly align all of our supports that we're giving to our school districts and to our students, and again, and to their families. And so the realization that it comes from being intentional. And sometimes we talk about we have to slow down to speed up, and so we really want you to realize that it's taken us quite a while to get here, but it's because of our intentionality and because of all of the resources we've had that we think we have a really good project, and we're really excited about being able to implement into our districts.
One of the questions that Dr. McCarty, you asked earlier, and Ms. Martin answered about the request and the needs and this is our effort right here, is so that we have one systematic way to collaborate, to know where to place those supports in those most needed areas, and hopefully in a just-in-time type of way, that request is there. That's our goal.
And of course, with MTSS, as our definition, we also want to be to ensure that we're using common language, so that each of our school leaders in our districts understand when we use the term they use a term that we're all saying the same thing. MTSS, it does not replace RTI. It's important to know that the RTI and PBS are part of the entire umbrella of our Alabama MTSS framework. It's an overarching framework that truly takes each of our students' strengths and needs and really allows us to work with each individual student, where meet them where they are, and also create a plan for helping them be successful in the future. Our MTSS framework, of course, you can see there, it's not just about academic supports and behavioral supports, but also the foundational wellness that's so important for our students to have both in physical and mental health and wellness. And so you'll see each of those components throughout the entire framework. It's important that, especially with foundational wellness, that we think about those essential skills, those workforce readiness skills that are so critical for us to prepare students for our global market here in Alabama. It's exciting to see how competitive our state is and how we can help prepare students for careers that they may not even know exist just yet. And you'll see that throughout our framework as well. In addition, just wanted to highlight a few things that MTSS also has that strategic alignment with our Alabama Teacher Growth Program, as well as the Literacy Act, and then what will become the Numeracy Act as well. We're really working together to ensure that we have each of the pieces and that we're all working towards the same goal together, as opposed to in silos and in separate efforts. So the impacts of our alignment, we have the pleasure of having three of our school district leaders here that want to share just a few minutes with you about this year's pilot. So we were able to have 5 pilot LEAs this year that we spent more than 9 months. Yeah, go ahead and come up, please. Working with both the systems alignment with them at the district level, and I'm actually not going to steal any of their thunder, but I would love to let them speak about their experience. I can say their experiences with it. Of course, we have Dr. Courtney Wilburn from Calhoun County Schools, Mr. Dodd Hawthorne from Crenshaw County, and then Miss Amy Childers from Scottsboro City, who have all been just amazing school leaders to work with this year. They've helped us both find what works, but then also provide some really meaningful feedback on how to really shape this as we move forward and implementing it throughout almost 150 districts over the next 5 years. So, want to go first?
Okay, so I'm going to talk to you guys about our community partnerships and some industry building that we've done in our area. Talking earlier about stakeholders that we brought to the table, we really tried to bring in as many people from as many areas of Calhoun County as we could. So we had people from industries, we had Jacksonville State University, Gadsden State Community College, we had East Alabama Works was at the table with us, we had our Economic Development Council chairman was there, military representatives were there. We really tried to get as many people around the table. We sat down like this and started the journey. Actually, Dr. McCarty brought to me a year ago maybe the idea that maybe schools didn't have the workforce embedded in the school systems as much as we should. So that was something that we really focused on with MTSS. There's so much more, but with this, we had all those people around the table and just said, how can we all work together? Because so often we think military is exclusionary of a 4-year that's exclusionary of workforce. So it was just really neat to have all the people represented and around the table, and we came up with some great ideas. So from that, we now have acceleration classes in all of our schools. Our senior acceleration classes for our 12th graders have really focused on getting them ready when they leave us. So are they credentialed? If not, what do we do to help? Financial literacy, how do we get them ready to manage their own finances when they leave? So we now have industry, military, universities, and community colleges coming in once a week. We have 7 high schools in our district. Every high school in our district, once a week, we have someone coming in, and it really kind of goes back to what Dr. Hull was talking about. We're kind of in the awareness phase because we're playing catch up. So with our 12th graders, we're just making them aware of what's available in our area because there's so much available that kids just don't know about. I'm born and raised, and there were places in Calhoun County that I didn't know about. So we just kind of brought all those people to the table. I think that has been the biggest thing. It has opened up conversations across our county. We have one company that has done some forklift certification with some of our students. They hired 9 students from May until last week. I think they hired one more, and we're up to 9 students that were hired by that company for forever jobs. I mean, it's not just an internship kind of thing. We've got a steel company that is now working with our welding class at our career academy to develop the curriculum that they're going to use. We took students on a tour of their facility. We had one female student that went into the welding business, and they had 2 females that were employed. So that young lady was able to exchange contact information with the 2 female welders that worked for that particular company so that she could have some resources. So it's just been amazing to watch it unfold in our system. So thank you.
And we're just starting.
We're just starting. We're just starting.
I would say all of those same things about our district too, and I'd also start with, I'm not singing, so earlier this morning, so you can be thankful of that. But I was asked to talk about aligning everything to our strategic plan and the fiscal responsibility, and I think we would all agree that, you know, everyone has a role who's at this table in being fiscally responsible. We've certainly talked about that today, and that is my primary role is in the leadership position that I am currently in. So as we unrolled this plan this year, my goal was, you know, every teacher that I come into contact with says, is this gonna be something more? We can't take any more added to our plate, and I think we all understand that. So my goal as we piloted was to show them that we're gonna take away, we're going to remove, and we're going to make your life a little easier because we wanna be proactive about what we're doing. So I applaud the streamlined efforts of everything because we know that we're setting the tone for the classroom instruction by creating all of the proactive opportunities to learn, honestly, from COVID. Just the learning loss that we're addressing, the attendance issues that we're dealing with, the learning loss from that, the learning loss from the social emotional that is honestly, we're trying to figure out a new pathway with that. So I think, you know, I'm most thankful of the pilot for those reasons because those will help us help the teacher remove some of those barriers that they are facing right now. But in terms of talking strategic plan, so we looked all year, we followed the continuous improvement model. So I thought next year, when we actually begin year 2 of implementation, I want to be able to conduct a needs assessment and plug everything in based around those 3 supports: academic, behavioral, and foundational wellness. So we were able to take multiple forms of data, and we brought in all of those people, the external community partners. We brought them in, we reviewed multiple data sources, and we then plugged those into our strategic plan. And from there, we were able to show, look at these goals. We're already, everyone always has an academic goal. We're always going to be trying to combat how we can reduce behavior problems and how we can increase individualized support for students, whether that be academic or any of those other areas. So we really looked at that, and I think once we started to do that, we started to see, wow, this is really great, and we can make it happen. So once we did that, we identified our areas of strength where we can capitalize. We saw gaps. We started to see how our plan with 5 to 7 years with this implementation. I don't want to just look at year 1, but I want to look at where are we going to be 5 years from now. So we really want to use that, and we want to then map funds. And we're at a critical time now because we've had some of these ESSER funds that we, you know, the magnitude of those funds, we probably won't see opportune time now to take the opportunity based on what we see over the next year, over the next 3 to 5 years, and hopefully be very responsible, but using those data to drive, here's what we need, this is what our students' data is reflective of, this is showing us that this is in fact working, this is also showing us that here's a little bit more areas of support that we need. So again, those would, you know, just be using those SMART goals that, you know, that drive what we do, and they have to be a part of every conversation that we have when we come around the table. We have checkpoints throughout the school year where we will come together and, you know, review not only our system plan, but also each school would then create their own framework from their own leadership, because one person cannot be the owner of all this. We need everybody at the table working together to figure it all out. And my goal is, when we go into our schools, I wanna be able to know exactly what a school is working on based on what I see. That's where you see their point of reference, that's where you know we're all working on this. When I walk into, a business, in my district, I want them to, they're partnering with us, so they're working with us to reach those goals, so they're helping us with, how can we help support that, what does that look like for us? So that lets me know that, hey, these are aligned, and then when we certainly take a look at funding and we take a look at our expenditures, we know that we've been responsible, and I can look at my board and say that we have done, look at what we've done, here's the data to prove that, and we've done that already this year, just on a much smaller scale, that I'm actually presenting to our board next week at our work session to show them what our goals are, how we're going to get there, how we're going to match our funds. And I'm going to have my district leaders as well as my school teams help to do that, because I think that their ownership will help our board see that, okay, we're all on the same page and we're working together to reach that goal. So again, it's just a continuous improvement process, but streamlining that all into one document, because we don't need 10 or 12 goals. We need small things, small targets. They're gonna pay off big dividends in the long run. So this has been a great process for us, and we're very appreciative that we've had the opportunity to serve in this pilot. Again, I know it's going to be very impactful for all of our students that we serve, so.
I was asked to talk about our relationship with the State Department through this process. And I have to say, that was my biggest question when we were asked or approached to be a pilot was, how is this relationship going to work? You know, were we gonna be on an island by ourselves, or were they gonna be there side by side with us every step of the way? And I can say without hesitation, they've been there with us every step of the way through this entire process. Christy Shankles, Jonathan Thompson, who works with us in Crenshaw County, have been nothing but extraordinary in this process, and we are so thankful for that. We're thankful that we had the opportunity to be a pilot for MTSS, because we truly believe that this is going to be a game changer for our students. And bringing on Dr. Greg Benner, he has been tremendous. I'll say what he told me when I first met him. He said, "We got your back," and I truly believe that. In fact, our team was meeting today. We had an MTSS meeting today, and so I know that went well, and they accomplished a lot of goals today. Our principals are involved at this point, you know, so we turned that training and turned that information around so that it's beneficial. It is, like I said, it's truly been a great process, a learning process, and it's going to be, like I said, a game changer for our students. You know, Crenshaw County, we're a small rural system. We have roughly 2,150 students, and you know, so for something like this to be able to help our students, and certainly, and I know every school system is facing the same issues that we are. We are seeing so many students, especially young children, that are coming into our school system with social and emotional issues. It's really alarming at the numbers that we're seeing. But I believe with MTSS and putting everything under that one umbrella as far as the whole child, and looking at all aspects, and bringing C&P and transportation and teachers and the whole process, parents, everybody's to the table to discuss it. It's going to be a difference maker for us, I know, and I think everybody else would say the same thing. My concern is this, moving forward, as we add more systems in cohort 1, is that, are we going to get stretched too thin from a State Department standpoint? You know, because right now that support has been amazing, but if we get stretched too thin, then what is that support going to look like? You know, so that I guess is my challenge to y'all, is to see how can we figure that out, whether it's putting more people to help with this, because I think that's going to have to happen if we're going to build it right. You know, if we're going to do it the right way, and I think to this point we can say that we have done it right, and it has been a slow process. but I think that's what we needed.
Can I put you on the
Yes.
spot and, or ask any of you to speak to, your district your state department partner? So you mentioned Jonathan Thompson, who is our PE and health specialist. He has another job.
Right,
This
yeah.
was, they were trained in that, to be your partner. So what did that consist of? I'm trying to help y'all understand this as far as the support that is needed for this to be done right, because I didn't get to experience it like I.
Well, I wish I'd brought a copy of our agenda today. But this is the agenda that they worked on today at our meeting. And it's very detailed, very goal-oriented, very specific. I mean, they send information to us as a system to do for homework. So I know Jonathan, as well as the others, they have put a lot of time into this, as well as their other job, so, yeah.
Thank you.
Can I
Yes,
add?
please.
I think too, I agree wholeheartedly with what you just said, but I also think that every district has individual circumstances, so you may need a different person to support whatever your need or area is, and we haven't found anyone that's not, I mean, they will find you the person to say, here's what we need to connect those dots, and they have not hesitated to provide that support. And I can tell you that, I am I'm gonna take data before we start something, and I'm going to take it all the way through, and I can just tell, just from my district staff, I just surveyed them, just a very informal little Google survey. What are your thoughts about this? How are you feeling now? And we've gone back and looked at that, because when we first started, we were very unsure. And, my CMP director was like, I don't see how this fits in with anything, and not meaning to be negative, just, are you sure I need to be in this meeting? Well, now we don't have those conversations, because we understand, oh, here's how I work with the instructional staff so that I can provide whatever support we need to get our kids built in. So I think that that's a great point too, is that I've seen lots of different support. Sorry, we've seen lots of it, and I think it's a great thing. And the bus drivers as well. I mean, those are the first people that come into contact with our students every morning, and those are the last people typically, especially our littles, that see them when they go home in the day. So why would we not want to do what we can for those employees and our staff members to support them with those much needed supports? And those relationships, we all know every relationship is critical, but those relationships are truly critical. So I have been very impressed with just the overall support and the overall program itself.
What other school systems were involved in this phase of the program?
Zero phase.
You list 4.
Yes, we have 4 of the 5, and then we also have that are listed on the screen, and then we also have Fort Payne City.
Okay, so you didn't have any large school systems. That's what
We were very strategic in choosing these school systems for a reason, because we had a mix of county and Calhoun County would have been our, when I say large number of schools. And so what we did with this one in our pilot, we focused on that grade band of middle grades, 4 through 8, because we felt like there was a way for it to be scalable, so that if we could make it work in middle grades, then it would be more than likely easily scaled into high school grades.
But how did you evaluate and not include a large school system like Huntsville, Madison County, Madison City, Birmingham, and others, the large systems, and it gets more complex?
Right, and one of the reasons we had to do that, as Mr. Hawthorne had pointed out too as well, is we were borrowing state employees to be the coach and liaison to these 5 districts, and we knew with our state capacity, with having 0 funds at that moment for implementation whatsoever, that we did not have the capacity to be able to take on a large school system.
So how will you change if you're going to do this in Madison City?
We actually have a plan. It's great. We actually, Ms. Martin had spoke a little bit to it, is we have brought on 12 regional employees who are going to be working in those communities, and we are actually going to be taking on large school systems.
Which ones?
we have not published the list yet. You guys will have the list tomorrow. That you will be able to have, but we're going to do notifications, after our board presentation today, we were going to start doing notifications.
So how many more systems then?
How many applied?
We have
45 districts applied.
And we're taking 33 of those 45 because of the capacity. Originally, we said we had committed to 22, but now with the commitment of funding and some recurring funding, we feel like we do have the capacity to take on and support 33 school systems.
It's also important that they are choosing, they are actually
Right.
requested, they want to be part. And these 5 pilots actually approached us wanting to be part of the pilots. And I just want to publicly say thank you for having the courage to go on this journey with us. We know it wasn't perfect, but we hope that at the end of the day, that our team with your team, when it's all said and done, we've made the impact that we hoped we can, and we look forward to continuing to work with you for the next few years. And we know that if we work together, then we're going to certainly be able to see great things. I know you will too.
I've got a quick question for the superintendents. Are you willing or could you build in any time to talk to these 33 new superintendents that would be coming online to maybe say what you've said today? Because we're certainly trying to be as customer service driven as we possibly can. I think our folks demonstrate that. And we have a bias toward action right now, and so any assistance I think that you could give to those 33, I think would be very valuable to the department as they implement these plans.
And we all were at mega conference and
Yes.
spoke to a
spoke to
a jam-packed room.
We have given their names out to so many people. So just call them, they'll be honest with you, just call them.
I can't speak to the 33 that applied, I do not know, but I do know that just through networking with superintendents, lots of superintendents have reached out to me just generically for questions, just general, give me an idea of this and, well, how do you feel about it? Would you do it again if you had to do it all over? Well, absolutely, because these are valid resources that are going to help support our students, so sure. And I love what you said, Dr. Davis, about streamlining everything, because it does get a little tricky when this person's doing this and this one's doing that. So to be able to offer that way is great. But yeah, I've reached out. I mean, I've had a lot reach out to me, and we had that opportunity at Mega, and even after Mega, those sessions, I had people again coming up that I did not know who were asking questions as well.
We appreciate
Thank you.
you.
Thanks
very
so
much.
much. Thank you.
Safe travels.
Thank you so much.
We have 5 more minutes and then we're going to be quiet.
No, you're great.
We got the real exciting part to.
I just want to say, because I don't know if they're slipping out or not, for our superintendents and Courtney too, coming from Calhoun County, thank y'all. I mean, it's not easy to get away, and certainly not at the beginning of school when you're trying to get school open, but it means a lot to us to have faith, to show the partnership, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you for the opportunity.
And thank you for this music, even if you didn't
Yes.
say.
You can thank me for not singing today. Thank you all.
Y'all safe travels. All right, to finish up, we just want to make sure that we reiterate that this is not just for students, that we want to make sure that we understand how we are going to be supporting students. So what does MTSS mean for students? When we're implementing Alabama MTSS, we're looking at the provision of guidance, coaching, as our superintendents talk so highly about, technical support and assistance to our districts to support our students. And we're going to do this through that problem-solving team approach. That may be what you're familiar with hearing from PST. And when we look at that, we're looking at it through that lens of that tiered model of supports, which you see on the screen. When we're looking at this is data-driven decision-making that is led by a team that we're always making sure that they're prioritizing meeting the strengths and the needs of our students. When we look at this, I know it may be a little bit different graphic than what you're used to, but we all know that the pandemic turned all of our worlds upside down. And so what we have to do is we have to continually and intentionally focus and prioritize making sure that we're strengthening that tier 1 instruction that all of our students receive. Because all of our students start out receiving tier 1 and continue to receive tier 1 supports and instruction when we do that. When we look at this for educators, we want to make sure we ask ourselves, okay, what are we going to do for our educators? Through the implementation of Alabama MTSS, the same thing. We're providing that guidance, that coaching, and our technical support to our districts so that we're supporting our educators through professional learning and also targeted supports that are universal in that tier 1 approach, targeted in tier 2, and also intensive with tier 3. Some of those are listed on the screens. These are things that you are looking at that's either federal, state law, or something policies that you guys and the department have put in place to support our teachers and our educators. Yes, ma'am?
AGTP.
Oh, it would not fit on the cube, so that is the Alabama Teacher Growth Program.
Oh, okay.
Okay, with me and the visual, I had to fit on the cube, and that is the only way I could fit it on the cube.
Okay, thank you.
And so when we're looking at this, we're filling the cups of our educators.
Gotcha.
Then when we look at Alabama multi-tier system of supports, as our superintendent they just reiterated time and time again that it can't be one more thing. It cannot be anything new for educators right now. It's not one more thing for our districts, and it is not something new that we're doing, and it's definitely not additional work. What it does is it really aligns the work and support. So when we look at this, it's a way to highlight the interconnectedness of your vision as the State Board of Education, your vision and your goals that you have for Alabama education. We're also looking at that alignment for federal laws and state laws, but most importantly, the State Department supports for state and regional levels, and so that we are still ensuring the achievement and success of every child, every chance, every day in Alabama. And our goal is to use Alabama MTSS as the vehicle to drive the realization of your goals as a State Board of Education to bringing lasting change through sustainable and continuous improvement and achievement for all students. Most importantly, we're also looking at how do we include and engage our communities, both private partnerships and public partnerships. When we look at this, we're looking at it and providing that same coaching, support, and guidance to our districts so that we can do like what Dr. Courtney Wilburn talked about, engaging our communities. When we're doing this, who are our community stakeholders that we must engage in order to strengthen our communities? We're looking at parents, families, higher education institutions, business and industry, and faith-based organizations, just to name a few, but definitely not all of them. But we're making sure that it's a continuum of supports at the state, regional, and local, and also the school level, so that we have all of our students involved. Most importantly, it's that community investment. We have to re-engage our not necessarily re-engage, but engage our communities so that we build that strong foundation or the table. And so what we want to make sure is that if you see the kind of just the symbolism in that, the table has been set. We have the funnel of the supports that we provide our students. We fill the cup of our educators. We put everything on the plate, which is MTSS, the organizer, and everything has to go onto a firm foundation of a table. In which any of these legs are missing, the table obviously will be wobbly. And so we have to make sure that it's strong where we have it. Most importantly, Dr. Reynolds, as you had asked about capacity and everything, the biggest question is what's next for Alabama MTSS implementation. When we're looking at this, currently we have now added one full-time education specialist who is working with Alabama MTSS. We have hired 12 regionally based implementation coaches that they will be coaching, as Mr. Hawthorne talked about, that side-by-side coaching at the district level and also at the school level to provide that coaching and that mentoring. We have selected 33 out of the 45 school districts, very large districts, and we're still, when we look at this, but they talked about the umbrella. It's the overarching framework for us to be able to support our students and our schools and our districts. So that's kind of where with MTSS we're looking at it, is that's where they go to first, and then we become that connector within the department as that cross collaboration.
I try to tell all the districts that I've been working with that we're the hotel concierge. That's the easiest way.
Ties it all together, which is something y'all have all been asking for some time. We're doing this, we're doing this, we're doing this. What ties it together? Well, this is the part that ties it together.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
was there. We also, last month, had a request for some Power School updates. Now, it's unfortunate, I think Ms. West is the one that asked for it. And she had an engagement, had to get back to Auburn, but Stacy Royster, that we brought on from Opelika City Schools last December, you remember, just to work on Power School and the implementation and that going forward. She's done an amazing job, and it changed everything, again, our relationship with the districts, because when they were hitting the panic button, when you hit the panic button, you don't know what to do. And she just is calm, and she works them through the panic. Won't mention the district, but I'm gonna brag on her. We had a district last week that had a crisis. And I mean, they were truly in crisis mode with school opening this week, and they had hit a point they didn't know what to do. And they had made some mistakes in implementation, and when you make those coding mistakes, you have to go back. And she was actually speaking at a national conference, and she just stepped away from everything, got on the phone with them on the computer, and walked them through. And they opened school this week, and nobody was the wiser. That 7 days earlier, they were in sheer panic. And I saw her do that last year at the 1st of August too. So I don't know why they have technology conferences the first week when school's opening, but she's really does amazing work. So no further ado, I turn it over to Stacey.
Well, thank you, Dr. Mackey, because I really do love my job. I love getting on there, and people make comments sometimes because I do smile when they come, like they're just in panic mode, freaking out about things, and I just smile and calmly go through, and they're like, how can you smile when it's all, messing up? And I'm like, do you have teachers there? Are the kids there? And they think, we can fix this then. So we just have to take that calm approach, and that's the way I look at everything. So what I wanted to do, because we have completed our first year with Power School, and one thing that I did is that when I was in the classroom as a teacher, one thing I did every year when I was technology director is assess our work. Like, I truly believe in self-assessment. And so I assessed what we had done as far as our own report card with Power School. What have we done when it comes to the standards that we have? And what a lot of people don't realize is that when you implement the type of SIS and other elements with special programs and professional learning and Schoology and performance matters, when you get all of those pieces together, that's a lot. Because in our state, we have districts that vary in sizes. To Dr. Reynolds' point, you have Huntsville and you have Lynette City. And you have Huntsville people dedicated for certain pieces of data. And in Lynette City, I've got one person who does data and testing and curriculum and this and that. And it's a lot. So you have to be able to support in different capacities when it's this big of an implementation. So it's not a 1-year thing. It is a 3-year thing to take on Power School. And we just finished year 1. Well, finishing year 1 is like you had finished 3rd grade in your educational career. So I want you to think about what kids learn by the time they finish 3rd grade. It's the basics. You have got all the foundational standards that you will use to grow upon to get to those bigger and broader things in education and career and in life. And so how have we done as a state in just meeting those basic standards of being able to keep good and accurate data to make these decisions we need to make for our students, using attendance, discipline, grading, pulling reports, using reports, special programs so we can support our special populations. We have to have the good data here so that the guys who are just up here talking can do the job and pull it all together the way that they need to. Like, it truly is that tunnel effect. So I think we are right where we need to be in meeting that standard. Now, year 2, we are going to progress from 3rd grade all the way through high school. We are going to take those foundational basics of using Power School and all of these tools that we've laid at the feet of teachers, of parents, of students, and pull it all together to show what we can do with this. And then by the end of year 3, we are graduating college and we are rock and rolling. We're all doing a real job here. We are all making differences in lives. And we're doing that now, but I promise you the capacity is going to be even greater. Just give me time. That's what I tell everybody. So we're moving forward, we're making progress. The districts are seeing. I do love Power School a little bit more now when I have those conversations, so it's really great. So I want to talk about what to expect this year. I spent a lot of time this summer helping districts refine some of their internal processes. Some of them took a real good look at discipline, coding, structuring. Attendance was a big one in the state. I don't think a lot of people really understood, number one, our state laws and business rules on attendance. And they really didn't have to, because the program that we had prior with Chalkable, iNow, STIs, it went through its different, identity changes. It had business rules built in the backside that never forced us to know what those laws and rules were. The fact that a student has to be present 51% of the day, that number had never been thrown out and used over and over again the way it has to in Power School, because you have to know those business rules that you are working with in the districts to be able to work the way you need to with data. So we had a lot of reconfigurations going on in schools. A lot of functionality is going to skyrocket this year when it comes around reporting. There are some very big pieces in Power School of reporting functionality. Enterprise reporting is a set in there that you're able to pull, and I'm going to get a little technical right here, from that database through SQL scripting and Apex reporting, but it puts it in a clean interface of just kind of drag and drop for districts, and they can throw it into pivot tables very easily and really disseminate the data. We haven't had time to look at that this past year. Some have kind of fumbled around, and when they needed a quick go-to, I would point them to that. Here's a good way to get the data. But with everything that was going on last year, we couldn't give them that whole buffet. It's like trying to make somebody eat an entire buffet at one time, and you can't. You got to take it in little sections and get your basics in. So that's going to skyrocket this year. We're defining our workflows for data. So much turnover has happened in districts, not just at the teacher level, but in the, there's two sides to education. There's the educational side and there's the business side of it. The secretaries, your data clerks, your technology people, superintendents. That's had a lot of turnover as well. And so a lot of the people who've been in the last 3 years don't really realize how that data flows throughout the year, what's used for reporting, what's not used for reporting. So we've done a lot of tutorials, helping people understand that flow. At the end of the year, I got calls from new assistant principals. Stacey, they're telling me I have to submit this SIR report. I don't know what SIR is. Help me, tell me, because it's not like they give you a binder of all this data that's federally needed and state needed when you become an assistant principal or you become a superintendent. And so helping them understand that and helping to kind of help them lay out their job throughout the month so it doesn't all come on them at the end of the year in May, or that 20-day report that we all went on. It's more than just 2 big reporting terms. And then year 2 is still more training. Can't be enough of it. With the turnover, with just still the amount of knowledge we have to get inside of this program, lots of it coming up. So this summer, as a matter of fact, was a very productive summer of training. The last 8 to 9 weeks has been like, where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Because I have been all over the place at every conference in the state of Alabama and absolutely loved it, from presenting to the technology directors, to principals, to superintendents, teachers, career tech, and Mega. I never went to Mega as a LEA. When I was at the LEA, I had no idea it was that big of a conference. Blew my mind. It is the best, like hands down, compared to national conferences that I've been to. But the amount, besides the 30 sessions that I've put together throughout all of those, the hallway conversations. I remember sitting in the hallway at CTE conference just a couple of weeks ago, and it was during the morning session where they had the speaker, and I had to get on a Zoom call with someone right quick, and I was just sitting on the floor on my computer doing it. After it was over, a lady walked up to me and she says, "Are you Stacey Royster?" And I said, "I am." She says, "I heard your voice and I knew it was you." She said, "I'm such and such a counselor at the school, and I just came with my husband who's in career tech. And I feel like I've hit the jackpot. Can I sit by you and ask some questions?" And we sat there for an hour. I just let the speaker keep going, and we sat out there and we just went through some things. She asked some, very specific district type stuff. And those are the kind of conversations that I have enjoyed more often than not this summer. When I have not been at those conferences, I did a lot of one-on-ones going to districts up in Russellville City, and sat down and we looked at Russellville High School top to bottom, settings, configuration, to make sure that it's taking the grades they intend for it to take, that GPAs are set up, that they're scheduling. We were so productive that Friday up there. So anytime I wasn't in the office, I was in an LEA doing their personal deep dives to see where we need to go. I did enlist the help of a couple of districts who were also pilots, Twin Collins in Baldwin County and Christy Greason in Hartselle. They also went out, spent 2 days with Henry County helping them. And so just anybody who was needing that help, we were putting all feet on the ground that we could to get them their assistance. You know me and my WebEx, because I try to Zoom and still, even though I'm gone to all these places, keep those meetings going, because if I still need to give those types of directions, like how to properly process summer withdrawals in Power School so that kids are classified the correct way, how to get ready for the new start of year, how to, after we did end of year rollover, which I'll tell you, some of the national conferences I've been to, there's a lot of Power School users in the United States. Over half over 50% of districts in the entire United States use PowerSchool. And when I told them that we rolled 150 districts end of year together, they looked and said, seriously, you did that and didn't like have a company do it for you? And I said, no, our districts did it all together within this week time span, and it was great. And that's the kind of collaboration, because we're holding hands, we're giving them that guidance. Our districts were able to pull that off without having to pay some company like other states and districts do to do this process for them. It is doable if trained correctly, so we're getting to that. So we spend a lot of time on WebExes doing end of year training. We spend a lot of time prepping them for this upcoming school year to make sure they know how to process enrollments the correct way with students, so that we don't get bad data on them, no duplicates and things like that happened last year. So it's been very great, and we've done WebExes that have 400 people on it, and we've had WebExes that have one person on it, because if they just need, hey, can I have an hour of you to go over this with me because I'm a noob? You sure can, and we go through and do those. So very grateful for for that time that I was able to spend with them this summer, and I think we've made a lot of movement throughout the state with that. We are still going to continue our monthly support for all districts. Dr. Davis mentioned we now have 3 PowerSchool coaches through the Educational Technology Office that we are using. They have monthly training opportunities that that districts can sign up for inside of professional learning. So we're hitting all the hot spots as it is kind of moment in time in PowerSchool. We're going to be working with them so that every month we're giving just a variety of sessions for people to log into and learn new ways. For people who've had turnover and haven't had a chance to get a real deep dive into PowerSchool, they are a huge asset to it. I had a principal send me an email the other day, and she said, hey Stacy, my counselor quit 2 weeks ago. I advertised a position, haven't gotten an applicant. I've never done anything with scheduling. I've got a new 5th grade unit. Can I get some help? I just need somebody to walk me through. So I contacted the coaches and I said, hey ladies, can one of y'all grab, and because they were former counselors, 2 of them were, and of course they're getting on a WebEx with her and they're walking her through how to do this because people need help. And so that they have been a tremendous asset. Districts can sign up and request to have on-site training if needed, all at state disposal. I'm still sending my weekly email updates out to the districts that will list any trainings that I'm doing, any trainings that PowerSchool is doing, and along with my little videos and step guides of things to do throughout the way. Sent 2 emails to nurses across the state today to let them know, hey, you can copy a healthcare plan. You do not have to start it all over from scratch, and all of them just didn't realize that you could do that. So it's the little things that are making their jobs easier, their lives easier, so that they can become more productive in their district. And that's what I've told them at every conference that I've went to. My job is to make sure that you can use this technology to work for you so that you're not having to do as much on that side and can focus on what your real needs are in your district. So I think we've made good progress. I think we have a long way to go, and we're going to continue working it. And I'm just happy to be doing it every single day. Thank you. Any questions?
Stacy, can I ask the TIMs, I think that we were the technology and motion specialists that we've asked, or the proposal that in the budget to ask for more, do they assist with PowerSchool as well?
I have not had much communication with them. I have worked with some with the regional in-service centers. In fact, Brandy Caldwell, who used to be one of the TIMs, we're actually spinning up a 2-day on-site training up in her area that I'm working with PowerSchool coaches. We've tapped Sean and a couple of others to come help so that we can start getting some more on-sites inside of there. So it's not one that I've tapped yet, but they are there.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Ms. Washington? Thank you very much,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Murphy,
Okay.
the next
So
item is you.
Yes, sir. The next item is an update that I was asked to add. So on the elementary math, let me tell you, there's going to be two pieces to this. So the Numeracy Act, as you know, we announced, I told y'all last week, we hired a new director. Now that public announcement's not going to be till tomorrow, so I'm going to try to do this without using that name. It's not a widely well-kept secret because we've let y'all know, we've let the some other folks know in our network, but we
let her know, right?
We have let her know, and we're going to make a public announcement tomorrow, and then at the retreat, she is going to be here with you to talk to you about the Numeracy Act and going forward, kind of our next steps. But today, I'm just going to talk a little bit about the math task force. So We gave you inside your cover, this is the most up-to-date version of the folks on the math task force and who appointed them. So these are laid out these are very specific in the law. When the Literacy Act passed, it was a little different. It had a minimum number of people, and who the appointing authorities were. But it left me as state superintendent with some latitude to add appointments. And I did. Now, Ms. Ziegler was one of my appointments to get a board member on there. The Numeracy Act, the legislature did a little different. They shut that off, so I don't have the authority to add additional appointments beyond what they stipulated in the act. That was one of the things we asked for, but did not get. So it specifically says these and no more. Another way it's different than the Literacy Act, the appointments are essentially for life. They're not rotating. And with the Numeracy Act, it does say they are 2-year appointments. A person can serve an additional 2-year term, so a person could serve up to 4 years, with the exception to get the rotation so that every year there are people coming on and people going off. Some of these folks, everybody on here can serve 2 years, I think, and then some can serve 1 additional year and some can serve 3 and some can serve 4, but it will begin to rotate. So just to know that. So there's me as state superintendent. We certainly, board members are welcome to go. I'd love to have a board member at each one, and I'm not going to be able to go to all the meetings. So one of the things Dr. Reynolds and I have talked about is when I can't go, if a board member can be there to represent me. So, I mean, I know I'm not going to be able to go sit through multiple day meetings, and these are probably going to be, Ms. Ziegler knows, the literacy task force. I mean, it's not a 2-hour meeting. There's going to be some all-day meetings, or we've even talked about multiple day meetings. Because the law says they're to meet once a quarter, and so there might be 2-day meetings and overnight travel. One of the other things too is the Literacy Act originally, when they made some changes to the Literacy Act this year, but it forbade us from paying people, and this one does allow us to fully reimburse and even maybe for some people possibly pay a little something. Now, we can't pay somebody who works in the school system like to work on a day they're already being paid, but we can at least help them with, making sure they're not out of pocket anything. Like if they meet in the summer and they're on contract, we can do a little stipend for folks. Dr. Karen, I'm not supposed to say that name, sorry. Okay, so Representative Alan Baker is the representative from the legislature. The governor has 4 appointees, 3 of them are general appointees. Mr. Nick Moore, Sheila Holt, who's the AMSTI director in Huntsville, and Corinne O'Brien. Corinne was with us over there. She is at the back, from A+. Our governor's appointees. The other governor's other appointees at the bottom. I'll get to it in a minute, but it's a separate. Those are just 3 from the general population. Then Dr. Marsha Smiley will be the superintendent appointee by SSA. She's superintendent in Perry County. Y'all remember her, she was on the teacher shortage task force and spoke a few months ago. Adam Hampton, who is a principal at Owens Crossroads, and Margaret Jones, who's a principal in Selma City at Edgewood, are appointees from class. Melissa Cobble, Sarah Richburg, and Casey Schultz are appointees from the Alabama Council of the Teachers of Mathematics, and they're from Madison County, Enterprise City, and Arab City Schools. Mindy Chadwick is a math coach at Fort Payne, and Jessica Campbell is a teacher at Russell County, both appointed by AEA. Pam Norris is the assistant director of AMSTI Auburn and is a K2 math specialist, and she represents AMSTI. So you see Ms. Holt's on there. She's an AMSTI director, but she's one of the governor's general appointees, and then Pam Norris actually holds the AMSTI seat on the task force.
Before the Wayne, skip Dr. Burton.
I'm sorry, skip Dr. Burton. So Dr. Burton, Megan Burton is an associate professor at Auburn University, and she was the appointee by the Council on Higher Education, Alabama Commission on Higher Education, Dr. Purcell. And then Jennifer Towles is an AMSI math specialist at Montevallo, so there's 3 AMSI specialists, and she was appointed by the STEM Council, Lee Meadows, as the director of the STEM Council. And then Terry Lathan was our newest appointee, and she represents the business industry sector, which is also appointed by the governor. And then there's one left, and I left my one appointment purposefully so that if any board district got left out, and there is, it's 7. It goes all the way from Florence to Mountain Brook, and they don't have a single person on here. So it will be a special ed teacher from District 7, so everybody will have at least one person on there. And that's why we don't have anybody yet, because we were waiting on the governor's last appointment to make sure that we covered every district. And so I'll make my one appointment hopefully next week. I was going to ask Ms. McCray today. I know she had to slip out if she had anybody, but we'll find somebody as a special ed teacher who also hopefully has that math background to serve on that. So this is the task force. The meetings. So we had one meeting in May, I guess in May, but it was a Zoom meeting, and it was just to organize, to say hello, let them all introduce themselves to each other. And I told them we would plan to meet again in October once we would have a director and let that person get on and get a little bit of time. So we still don't have an exact date, but our plan is to meet in October. It may also be a Zoom meeting, but they will very quickly begin having to meet in person. It's really tough, as you know, because so many of them are teachers, they're school people, to get them out during the school year. But my hope is that eventually they'll be able to, we'll pull them together in the summer, and they can do like a 3 or 4 day retreat and do a lot of work at one time. Though the law does say they have to meet quarterly, but some of those meetings can be by Zoom or webinar, so they don't have to all be in person. Their tasks are laid out very clearly in the law, and they don't have to do every task every year. As the literacy task force is not done every task every year. You have to kind of break this thing down. So they do make, one of their duties is to make recommendations to the board on high quality, evidence-based, it's number 3 there, comprehensive mathematics curricula and for core instruction and intervention programs. The core, because core instructions textbooks, you've just adopted textbooks. I would not imagine they would jump into that for a while, but intervention programs possibly, sometime in 23, 24, their first, I can tell you their first item is going to be number 4, and that's professional development. So they, with literacy, the professional development model, I hope I could say this and just leave a blank and everybody would say letters, but that's what we've adopted as the primary foundation for our professional development for early childhood literacy teachers. But for mathematics, there's not a corollary to letters. There's lots of things out there. Y'all know we've supported different things, but there's not a corollary to letters. And so that's going to have to be, I think, their first task is to identify what that could be, and because there's not a corollary to letters, I think it's probably going to be a menu of things. But high quality, evidence-based, professional development, continuum too, the word continuum's in there. So that'll be probably their first task. And then second will be everything from on the 5th bullet, and all those sub-bullets is about formative assessments. And so those are, and it's very specific about what has to be in the assessment. Now, the assessments, because this is something we've been working on for a few years, so AMSTI has already done the work for our assessments for this fall, 22-23, and we've already told the districts what they can use for 23-24. So we're really looking at choosing assessments for the fall of 24, 2 years from now, which is not too far away but when you think about choosing and then the contracts that go with that. They may add some to the list for 23. Our literacy task force now, they have a couple, they have a list of 2 that we put out in a memo, but they also said if there's some others that come into compliance, they could be reconsidered for fall of '23. So we're in that process now with literacy. My suspicion is we're gonna have some that are gonna say, look, we got left off the math list, we wanna be reconsidered, and so the task force will be reconsidering them this winter and spring, once they get started. There, as I said, when our director comes on, she's going to talk more about the overall general things, but I do want to tell you there are two other task forces that, so one's not been named, there'll be a higher ed task force that will, whose charge is to do for mathematics and working with the colleges of education, essentially what we hired Barksdale to do with literacy. Again, there's not an agency like that for numeracy, so it'll be more ground up building, but there'll be a higher ed task force that will include a different group of folks, and that work we think will start probably in the winter. We've not appointed them yet, going to get a director on board. The law
Who
lays
appoints
out that
those
this
people?
would be first. I'll
Is it
get you
defined
who
in
appoints
law?
them,
Is
they're
that
also,
defined in law?
it is, yes, sir.
Okay, that's all.
Is there any reason why some districts had more, like maybe 4 people and some people 1 and
I'm
some
not
people
complaining.
2 and 3?
Yes, ma'am, there's no
And it's
good.
not size, I'm sure it's not in
No,
reference to
it's
size.
not rhyme or reason.
Okay.
That's one of the things that, again, I asked for a change in the bill, because the bill said that the appointing authorities have to coordinate with one another to make sure that there's geographic and representation, geographic, demographic representation, I think. We asked them to change that language to say, the appointing authorities shall work through the state superintendent to guarantee that. And then, because we've got that in some bills in the past, and then I'm able to say, okay, class, I need you to pick 1 from District 7 and 1 from District 3. And I need SSA to pick somebody from District 4. And we would have guaranteed equity across the state. But the law did not allow us to do that. And these are the ones we got. And that's why I held my appointment to the end to make sure that, you know, now if 2 of you had ended up with no appointments, I'm not sure what I would have done. But that's the only explanation I have.
Well, and one of yours actually shares, we share, because she must live in your district, but she actually works, if she works at the campus, University of Montevallo, so.
Right, now I have 4.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you have.
That's District 4.
I know.
That's my 1 person.
But Montevallo.
Is yours too, right? And you
So we
also have
share.
District 3, right?
Yeah, and you don't see their
So you
home,
have 2 people.
their home
I have-
address,
yeah,
there's some of these that don't
mine
match, yes, sorry, ma'am.
Yeah.
Some of these don't match with, like, where they work, because we have their home addresses, and we use their home address to do the map. But, like I'm back now in Miss Bell's district,
Right, I
she's been
figured
my
you-
board member for a long time, and then
So you
I
better
was Dr.
behave.
Chestnut for a while, but I'm
Okay.
back, so, but, you know, it's not, anyway.
So I have you and I have A+ in my district, and then we pretty much share Montevallo because she
Right.
lives in yours.
That's my 1 appointment.
Yeah,
Yes.
so that's what that was actually something I
Right.
noticed, that it's really, you know, yeah,
Well, this got 1.
at least you got one.
Yeah.
I got
I didn't have anything to
You
do
got
with
one
that
too.
before. I didn't have anything to do with it.
I'll vouch for
Oh,
Dr.
no.
Mills, he did
No,
not
you
know
know,
them
well,
ahead
I
of
had
time.
it
Pretty
forward.
specific how it was
Yeah.
done.
I'm sure that configuration will change as they term out.
And that's right,
Perhaps
so
it is, it will
they'll start
change.
rotating
Right.
in pretty short order, and we'll try to work with the appointers to.
I was just wondering how it was done.
Yes, ma'am.
But if they're all these separate groups are making the
Yeah.
appointments, they, like you said, they can't keep up.
They don't know.
And I'll pull the higher ed one for you, it also includes obviously some deans and higher ed professors, but I'll pull it for you, who makes the appointments and all that.
That's helpful.
When I say-
So there's those 2 task forces that'll be working, and then, seems like there's one other group that's, but anyway, I better not, I won't get too far into it. So they will start the work this year, and the big thing is appointing the coaches. So the coaches, we'll start rolling out math coaches next fall. But our plan, because the legislature gave us money to go ahead and start hiring staff and we're hiring now. I mean, we've got one, we're already working on her as secretary, and we'll have more hires coming quickly. We want to notify the districts that are getting math coaches no later than January, and tell them they can go ahead and hire somebody they can name them whenever they want to, but they can start next June or July, and we'll start paying them, because we want them to go through whatever coach training they need. We don't want them to start, in August. So we want the districts to go ahead and name somebody in the spring. I can tell you I had a lot of superintendents worried about that when I first said that, because they thought we meant pull that coach out like in March, and then they'd have to find a teacher. And we said, no, just name somebody so you'll know who it's gonna be. But they don't actually have to start the work till the summer. But we will give them money in the summer to go ahead and start paying that person through the summer, because the legislature gave us that money to do that.
Dr. Mackey, will the coaches the Teams Act was very generous with salaries. The coaches, will they be paid in a manner equivalent to what they would earn as a Teams teacher?
It's an excellent question, and I did not set her up, but she set me up. That's a good question. Because they will earn, the law puts on 200-day contracts. So they'll work 13 more days than a teacher. How many days? 20 more days than kids will be in school. Now that's caused a little bit of problem, because our literacy coaches, our reading coaches, are only paid for 187 days, and the math coaches will be 200. So we've already gotten the request about why can't, reading coaches are important too, why are they not paid the same as the numeracy coaches? And I think that's something we need to think about with the budget request. We may want to add that into our budget request, because we all know there's nothing more important than reading. But they will be paid for 200-day contract, and the law is very specific on which schools get them first. So it'll be the level 1 schools that have the lowest math scores in gauge K-5. And we are in the process of identifying those now. And it's a little bit, we're having to run a couple of models. Ms. Martin's doing that, because when you say the lowest math scores, then it left us a lot of discretion. So to give you a comparison, in literacy, the Literacy Act says lowest in grade 3. But this just says lowest in grade 5 and under. So do we look at grade 5? Do we average all, grades 2, 3, 5? We're trying to figure out the best way to do that, but it's not looking at a specific grade like the Literacy Act is. So we have to figure that out. But Ms. Martin's already run models. As you can imagine, it changes a little bit, but pretty much it doesn't matter if you run averages or you look at it's a very similar list of schools. Some of your districts, I can tell you, will not get any math coaches next year, and probably won't get any math coaches the first 3 years, because the law says they go to the schools that are lowest performing and work our way up over a 6-year implementation. So some schools are not going to get a math coach to the 6th year, and we know that. And the superintendents know that, though I'm not sure they've all fully internalized it, that they would not be looking at, some districts will not get a coach until the 29-30 school year, the way the law is set up. Unless something, the economics may go well, and the legislature may accelerate that and say we're going to do it faster, but that's the current growth trajectory. Now, we'll support them. A lot of districts already have math coaches they're paying. And even if they don't have a math coach, we will hire, I think, 14 or 15 regional specialists, at least one in each regional in-service center, plus some extras for the in-service centers that have more impacted schools. And they will support any school. So we'll offer regional state support to all the schools, but they won't get their own math coach until they're tiered out. So that's kind of the update for now. And as I said, when she comes, she's going to give you a much more in-depth, discussion and answer questions with you on the kind of next steps. I'm glad to answering questions, but I think that was what my charge for today was, just kind of lay out the task force and just a big overview. Anything?
Thank you, Dr. Mackey. Board questions?
Yeah, I was given, out of the school code, the section 1621-2, about that the state superintendent, on the advice of the director of the Department of Archives and History, will compile and publish this list of books. Has that ever been done? And,
No.
well,
List
there
of
you go.
books, what
And I was
kind
gonna
of
say, who
books?
was the one that was hired as librarian? that
Yeah,
knows-
Kristen, she's gone. I was looking
I
that way
had
too.
thought about that, I thought she'd still be here, but anyhow, I want just.
List of
let me-
books for,
It says, compile and publish a carefully selected and annotated list of books from which libraries herewithin provided shall be chosen and adopted and published rules and regs.
What's the
So
date
you-
of that? What is the date of that? Just curious.
Hang on.
There's a date on the bottom.
1927. But it's if it's
I
in
know-
the code,
I'm familiar
we
with the
might
code,
need to
and I
remove that.
asked you the date because I knew the date.
You did.
Yes, sir, yeah.
Okay.
I'll work
Throw
on
that
it.
down. And just, I mean, I don't want us not to be, but
Who in
someone
God's
said
name
it, so.
thinks other than technologically, we can have a list, and
Oh,
this
sure.
board is gonna list
Well,
every
then we
book
need
that's
to
in
change,
every
then we
volume.
need to, then what I'm saying is if it
In
comes to
20
fruition, we
1927,
need to
they're still
change the
doing
law. And
Yes.
that's why I wanted to.
Yeah.
That's why.
Right, they may have
Good question.
something that they can just send on over, they may have it
And
exactly
going-
with all the technology.
But Ms. Ziegler, you are absolutely accurate in bringing attention to us in the codes, because people send me questions about codes and are we complying
Right.
to.
Well, and
That's
if
how I
it's
knew that
something that
question.
needs to be removed, oh yeah, you probably might have received it as well, but
I
if we
did.
need to remove it, we need
Yeah,
to,
we'll work
or
on it.
it
Yeah,
might,
that's
or the
good.
archives might already have it for you, ready to go.
And some of the questions I did.
Or it might be those 100 books that we're supposed to be reading.
Yeah.
And the list they adopted in 1927 might have been revised since then. And I get questions about people who are offended by certain books that are assigned as reading lists. And that's why I had that sent to me, because I had some individuals didn't like that their child was assigned an AP reading list that they didn't approve of the book.
Yeah.
So I said, file a complaint.
And that was my question.
Dr.
okay,
Mackey,
I'll
is that
be
the
on
only
top of that,
question?
Yeah,
that's
that's a
good.
good question.
I've got a question.
I'm sure. Ms. Bell, do you have a question? I'm gonna say,
I have a question. Okay.
No, she's
Dr.
last.
McCarty.
Okay.
No, I was just gonna make a statement. I just wanted to thank Dr. Mackey and Mr. Markham. He's working on getting data for us to allow us to know, based upon what we did last month, how many teachers will be provided by us going the -1 SEM. And once he gets that data, we will share that with the rest of you all to see how that's gonna help us.
Who applied
For
to,
teachers. Yes, for teachers, correct.
the ones who would have to apply because of
Correct.
two.
Right, but for us to show if we had implemented that 2 years ago, over the last 2 years, with the teacher institutions, he's been working with ETS to get that data.
Well, also,
How many teachers that's gonna bring us to the table?
I know also, I've also talked to Dr. Chestnut, because we also had a provision for those working in specialized areas with 2 standard error measures.
Right.
And I know that's data that I knew was gonna be compiled too, so I thought they were both components of the same.
No, mine was a little differently, I was just
It's a little
asking from a
different,
teacher institution, but that's fine, we can get that one too.
So that's historically,
Yes.
and he's
He's
working on that.
that, yes.
And I
Thank
think, looking at Ms. Harris, so we had, in the first couple of weeks, since you adopted that last month, we had about 12, sorry with a T, 12
You correct the supervisor.
who have applied for a certificate under the rule change, the 2-year rule change. We've had no waiver requests, right?
No, we had one request, but they didn't quite understand it, so once we explained it,
They didn't meet the
yeah,
waiver.
they didn't really submit it.
I assume the young man who spoke to us last meeting was one of those applicants.
We have not received his yet.
But it's in process, his dad told me this morning, so we expect more to
We've been
come.
looking for it.
I asked his dad if he had the certificate, he said not yet.
But thank you, that's all.
More questions?
Yes, well, okay,
I'll save my question to last.
special ed, like, I know we provide letters training for early ed, elementary ed, and collaborative special ed. So what sort of math PD do we provide for special ed teachers, elementary? My question.
Math PD for special ed teachers for elementary.
Right, because we do letters, you know, for them, which I'm proud that we do, thank you. But I didn't know what we offered.
I know the league just had some contracts that went through to deal with assistant for PD for special ed teachers, and a pretty comprehensive program. Now, don't ask me any of the specifics or anything.
Yeah, I don't know specifically special ed, we'll just have to, we'll get her on that, we'll get all of them. I think that goes back to what I was saying earlier, that like, the reading, there's so much more, such a much larger body of research around reading. And there's just been a lot of products offered out there around dyslexia, for instance. So since, you know, everybody knows our state passed the Numeracy Act, I've gotten more vendors now reaching out. Like I have a vendor who wanted to meet with me today, actually, to talk about their screener for number sense. But I obviously turned them down, so, and I put them off and said, I'll have somebody meet with you later. But I think that there are things we're doing now, but that's gonna be the work, really, of the numeracy to try to identify more things. So one of our main go-tos is the numbers program, which is developed by Roger Sopis, the same people who do letters. It's a much smaller program though, whereas letters is a 2-year program. Numbers can be done in, I think, 4 to 6 weeks. And it's 8 modules from number sense to algebraic thinking. But it's not geared specifically towards special ed. So
I just want to make sure we're addressing that.
yes, good question.
I don't know the answer, I don't have suggestions,
Well, we
just
are
that we are.
addressing it, and most of it is being addressed too. You're talking about elementary level, most of it is addressed through Amstat, actually, in what they are considering training. What we have to realize is that the majority of the students that are considered to be special needs students, they are served through the general population of classes. So most of them are served with general education teachers in most instances. So the strategies that are used are not necessarily segregated for just special education teachers. Those special education teachers that are part of the schools are also taught and trained during the onboarding of the general education teacher curriculum and programs and all of that. We are at the point where we're trying to make certain that the strategies that are being implemented and the practices that are being implemented are practices and strategies that will help cater to the needs of those students with disabilities. But one thing we do want to make sure that we recognize is we don't segregate special education teachers out of the main core of training, as with letters and everything. So I just want to bring that point out.
So we have Nikki Johnson, Dr. Nikki Johnson's here. She works in Amstat, and she works her full-time, well, she, like Mr. Thompson, she does other things, but her main job is K2 math interventionist for children, specifically children who may have dyscalculia. So she has done a lot of work with a guy named Paul Riccomini. Paul is our go-to. He teaches special education at Pennsylvania State University, and he's come and done workshops for us in the state. He's kind of our go-to for those issues, and Nikki works closely with him. But he's not published it's not like a letters. He does workshops on what does a student with dyscalculia, when you put a problem up, what do they see in the problem? How do they think through the problem, much like dyslexia? But, so we are doing some things, but it's not a particular program. But I know she's done a lot of things with him, so we'll get you some things together on what we are doing. But I think we're gonna have to really hype it up on steroids in months.
Well, and thank you, I just
Yes.
wasn't aware.
And I understand what she's saying, generally looking at everyone, but then when you say a child who has an IEP, it would have to be somewhat developmentally different than the general population.
And I've seen touch map
Yes.
before done, and that, but that may not be the standard now, right? I don't
That's
know.
part of it.
But I just, whatever we're doing, it would be, I just wanna make sure we're addressing the needs of those children. They are important to us. And then a request, and I won't get into it right now, everything, but a request for next month in the work session, could we have a section on ACAP, especially reading? And I know I get confused about all the different terms that are used, grade level, proficiency, sufficiency, basic, advanced, below basic, needs support. There's just so many, and I think it's confusing to the parents and the educators and the students where they fall and who, like the standard error measure and all that kind of stuff. It's a lot to get into, but if perhaps next month, if it fits in, with our schedule, I would love to learn more about ACAP, especially the reading part. Just to make, and again, the whole goal here is to make sure that we are accurately measuring a student's ability to read, and so that we know best how to support those students. So that's the end game.
Dr. McCarty, I thought that was gonna be on our retreat, but it's not.
No.
I haven't seen the schedule of our
It
retreat.
wasn't requested,
Well, I
as
thought I
a,
did, but that's
as a-
fine. That's fine.
It was
It's not-
something about testing down there, but we didn't think we had enough
But
time.
I think that's a good
with
idea
everything.
because there have been times when I actually, if the presentation is in the work session, instead of having to explain it myself to a parent or even a teacher, I can just say, let me suggest that you go and watch the work session.
Good idea. Right,
And I'll
that's a
check
good
it ahead of
idea.
time to make sure that I know when it starts, and they can watch it from not my viewpoint or my interpretation, but they can hear it directly. And so I think as we do these work sessions, it would be good to always look at it from that standpoint.
That's a great.
Because people are watching, and we can go back and refer them to something, not just in writing, but something where we'll ask questions and they can explain it.
Pursuant to the Alabama code, it will be on the next work session.
Thank you. And I know we have, I think, the writing
Because
and
the code says
listening
we
part
can't.
too.
Yes, I think the retreat, we had a request to talk more about ARI and.
Yep, it was
No,
Alabama
sir.
State Department of Education Student Achievement Supports. So
Right.
lots of
Student
discuss
supports.
overall,
Right.
yes.
But
How
you're
it's
wanting
more
more
specific.
the testing side, kind of those testing terms,
Right,
what the
the
numbers
terms, like,
mean, all
how
of
do
that.
we know that level one falls between this and this, and level
Right.
two, this and this? Just an
We got it.
explanation of those sorts of things.
Yeah, we'll get Maggie Hicks. Maggie's actually
And the
with DRC right now.
on that, the CSI schools,
Working on
how they're determined.
Right.
CSI.
How CSI schools are determined.
support.
That will be on the agenda, Dr. McCarty.
Thank you.
Okay.
And also, did we last year, Dr. Mackey, do the cursive writing assessments? I know we require cursive writing to the world, I'm telling that. We require, it's in our standards.
Right, we waived it during the pandemic. I know for the 20 year, I'm not sure last year if we waived it or not. We did not waive it for the 21-22 year, so it was required.
So, and they send in samples, I believe?
That send in the number, percentage, proficient, whatever the law calls for. So it's,
Terminology.
yes.
Right, terminology. Yes, if you'll just get back with me with what
So
we
we'll have
require.
cursive writing report on the agenda for next week,
Cursive writing.
next meeting for pursuant to your request. Is that all right?
That is perfect.
Make it
Thank
more
you.
formal, so just for you, and like Dr. Ms. Bell said, it informs the world.
We'll be glad to pull that together. I knew we waived it that 1 year. A lot of them had already done it because remember we had school right up until the end, but
And the
21.
citizenship test,
The citizenship test?
yes, did we require that last year?
We did, yeah.
It's entered in, they have to enter it in Power School.
We didn't waive anything in the 21-22 year. We went and brought all of our assessments back.
Okay, and then just one request I made, and Chuck, I think you're working on it, the SREB readiness course. I was just curious, how many of our schools were offering that course in their high schools? So
Yeah,
that's my
Right,
question.
you sent us that. and they're
Yes,
working on that.
right, I just, you know,
SREB readiness test. or
there was a lot of
course.
buzz about it for a while, and then
Yeah.
it sort of died down, and so I was just curious where we were with
And I
You're
think
not
they
asking
are-
that on the agenda, you just want to.
Right, I just
want
all I
to
need
clarify
is-
what you're
yes.
asking for.
Right, that, I don't need that on the work session, just I'd like to see,
I think
How many high
SREB is
schools?
trying to update it. That's why you don't hear as much buzz about it now. But I don't think it's not gone away, but they're also in the process of,
it seemed to be an
something.
effective
Yeah.
course for those schools that chose to do it. But like I say, I've just not heard anything about it recently, and I would just like to get an update.
Sean Stevens keeps up with that, but he's slipped out on us too.
Oh, how rude.
Country has other things to do.
The readiness.
Any other questions, Dr. McCarty? I don't want to cut you short at all.
Let's see.
She still got her?
I still got, oh, and I had asked before, this will be my last question, but asked before, just, we wanna make sure that everybody that works in the department is valued and respected and appreciated. And so that net promoter survey that usually, like corporate HR departments do, I would like for us to do that. I think, nobody's perfect. And if we have any issues, the sooner we identify those issues and begin coming up with a plan to improve, the better off we are. And so I would request that we implement that net promoter survey as soon as feasible.
I think that's a great idea. Actually, a lot of states use that as part of their evaluation for the superintendents. Whether, of course, if it's an elected superintendent, but, and the other part of that would be if we could do something like that, and I know we've done it over and over in different ways, but to hear from teachers, because I just, at church or wherever I may be, a teacher will just, they'll have a conversation, and it's not something where they're complaining to me, but they'll talk about discipline, for example, and how difficult it has been, and that has been a focus, but I'd love to get a feel for what they're, and another complaint is, you're always changing everything all the time, and I understand that, and it has to be very frustrating. Just when I get it settled in, we change, you all change it again, and it may not even be us, it could be locally, but no, I think that's a crucial part, and I think we could even make that, as a part of just an overall evaluation. I think that's a good one.
To
So
clarify-
Dr. McCarty, you were saying start here at the department.
I was thinking
level,
start
because we are
here,
having quite a bit of
yes.
turnover.
Right.
We talked about that. People
Right,
leaving, yes.
just to make sure, that we are doing,
What we're-
sometimes it's the little things
Right.
that matter,
Uh-huh.
so.
That's something that, excuse me, that's something Kerry Morgan and I are working on. We really committed in August, we're doing, this is safety month here at the department. We're working on a safety plan, and once we get this behind us, it's gonna get our full attention as our outside project. We got other things going on. That's where we've been, we've spent a lot of time getting ready for August. We're rolling that out this month, our safety plan for the building, and all parts of our safety plan, updating that, and that's why we haven't got to that. That's the next on the agenda as far as an outside activity. We're gonna do that. I committed to, hopefully in September we get started, get on that, because we can't here in the fall.
Thank you.
So Dr.
I have
McCarty, in order to do what you're doing, would you like them to do what they're doing and have a report in, say, the October board meeting? I'm trying to
Sure,
facilitate
or
a
would that be
closure.
feasible?
We're business people,
Right.
What are you asking us to do?
Right, I would love to have a report October, November.
All right, we'll say that it'll be on the October work session.
And you got a thumbs up from Chuck in case you couldn't see.
Yeah.
From whom, I can't see behind me either.
Well,
thank
thank
you.
you.
That's
I'm just trying to clarify.
No, I appreciate it. It's good to have dates.
I have a couple of.
I do have one more question before it's not a big.
That's fine, go ahead.
Okay, thanks, since you probably wanna close with yours. Just to piggyback, if that's a term to use, on the mention of work sessions used as a way to address concern from parents. Is there any way, and maybe I've missed it on our website, to have a section where even teachers could go to a video of someone in our department explaining ACAP, or, you know, something like that, where they, because you can connect with YouTube and make it so that you don't weigh down your website, but that way it becomes more personal, and I see it all the time on different websites, but we're like the cursive writing, and just very nicely saying, in Alabama, we require, and of course, you know, I'm sure in power schools, you know exactly how to, they know better than we do what to address as far as teachers, but even parents, because parents don't know where to go, and if we made it easier friendly for both parents and teachers, that's
Especially YouTube, that they
very
helpful.
With it, you can search in the search box and it takes you straight to the video.
Yes, and they could
Easy
even
to find.
questions, frequently asked questions by parents, or frequently asked teacher questions, however you wanna do it, but they know what the frequently asked questions are here.
And then click on YouTube that explains it.
Yeah.
I think
Ms.
that's
Bell,
great.
specifically, what action do you want to be done?
I don't think there needs to be any action,
Well,
that's a
putting stuff on the
suggestion.
website is an
I
action.
don't need to get into any kind of debate over it, but I think the department knows how to handle it.
Very good idea, we'll do
Yeah,
that.
I love that
We'll
idea.
start with it.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Sorry, we've got,
I think we
there's
got it
lots of
from
people moving around, we've had a bus accident with some
Oh,
injuries, so we're
No,
trying.
where?
In this area?
No, in, Lamar County.
Oh.
Is everybody's
Yeah.
okay, no serious,
Bus accidents.
but there's lots
Oh, I'm
more.
sure.
Dr. Mackey, may
I have a,
I haven't finished yet.
yes,
Can I
sir,
ask
well,
a
I have a
question?
response to one of her
Okay,
earlier
I'm sorry.
questions. So, Dr. Ledwell sent me a text, and I gave my phone to Chuck. So Nikki Johnson, I mentioned our K2 AMSI specialist, has worked with the Region 7 Comprehensive Center, which is our regional center in Tallahassee, and they've developed a module on dyscalculia for those children.
Oh, okay.
And so we'll get her to update later on it, but it's been developed and being rolled out.
I have one other
So
question,
that's-
sort of piggybacking on his.
Yes.
You mentioned numbers. Is numbers, you know, I've been through letters and I've been trained and I've done it, so I can attest about the quality of it. How good is numbers? You know, I don't want, I'm sure somebody is gonna text you and tell you it's fabulous, but
Well,
what is the feedback on numbers? Does it have the parameters that was established with letters, or is it,
It's very different than
Okay.
letters. So
who said yes?
whereas
Okay.
numbers letters is a comprehensive,
right.
big program.
And I know it's 2 years, but.
2 years, they take a test. We want to make 80% mastery on the test. Numbers is an if I could
Just an
compare
intro?
that, numbers is an introductory program.
Okay,
It is
Okay.
there are
that's what I need to know.
7 or 8 short modules on, again, starting with number sense, and every teacher wouldn't do all of them. So like, the first 3 modules are aimed at kind of like K2 or K3 teachers, and then the next modules, there's kind of an overlap, maybe 2 through 4, and
Gotcha.
some are, 3 through 5. So the kindergarten teachers wouldn't even take all the modules. But it's intensive, and the feedback has been it's very good, but it's not the
limited.
kind of depth
Gotcha.
that you get with letters.
So it's a good intro or a
It's a good
first
intro.
step.
It's a
Okay.
good intro, first step. And if
Okay.
the feedback's been good, but it's not as in-depth.
Okay.
It's an intro. We kind of have, then the next step are our AmStyle modules. They're much more in-depth on the same topics, and those, of course, can take a long time to complete. But there's not like a certification with them like there is with letters. And so
Now,
that's the
OGAP.
piece that's got to be moved out. And then OGAP, which is a specifically ongoing assessment protocol. It's assessment feedback. So how to see what students are doing, get feedback, and adjust instruction. And that's kind of the golden tier.
Right.
Teachers love it, the feedback's very good, but to implement it, there's a model, and you have to have a math coach. It's almost impossible to implement without a coach. And in the school, because of the way the module works, and so a lot of our places are not having it. But I will tell you that when our AMSTI has been doing OGAP training since 2006-07, I think, and they cannot keep up with the requests for training.
Right.
So teachers love it, and it is really good, but it's
Again,
it's
they have this
difficult.
limitation.
I think it will be now. That will be the elementary math task force. That's why I said I think that's going to be their first thing. But I would be surprised if they don't identify some of those as the thank you.
And sort of like, like Harry Potter, what is it, the one whose name we shall not say, I can't remember who it is. So this person that we're not allowed to say, who is the new math person, will that name whom we will not mention, will that shim report back to us about what's going on during these meetings?
Sure will.
Hard to say.
And we'll start, absolutely. And so she'll be with us at the retreat to kind of kick off.
Okay.
And then after that, as we're going along, we'll have regular updates to you. We're gonna have to, so everybody understands it.
We need
And again, I would love for a board member to be there at the meetings. And when I'm not there, a board member can represent me, but
I think
you're
that's a
welcome
great
to come
idea.
anytime.
Just keep us posted.
Right, but we will.
Is volunteer to do that.
Oh, excellent.
Good. Okay, well, thank you.
Well,
That
and
just-
part, going back to the budget from early today, the increase in AMSTI, could part of that be for increased spending for more OGAP training?
Absolutely. And I
For
see.
those, because
and-
I do
Well,
get
and
people calling me wanting more OGAP training.
the legislature's given us a lot of capacity this first year. I mean, they really gave us more money. I don't want to police off broadcast it too much. They gave us more than we asked for in the first year because we knew we wouldn't have to hire coaches till next summer. But the reason for that, in talking with Chairman Garrett and Chairman Orr, was they said, we want you to have money to do what you need to do and do it right. So we can, some of that money can go toward OGAP training. It's just I want to let us get on there. But yeah, I suspect we're going to get a lot of requests for a lot of training. I also think, I'm hearing from superintendents, that 6-year rollout on the math coaches, I think most of them are going to have a math coach within 3 years because they're willing to just pay for their own math coach if we'll do the PD for them. And then in time, they'll roll that expense off their books because when they become a cohort member, then the legislature money will just take it from them. So I think you're going to see that even though we may fund 55 math coaches next year through the Act, there will be 250, which means we'll have to support 250.
Okay.
Now it's
Dr.
Dr.
Mackey.
Reynolds' turn.
Yes, sir.
You get me, Dr.
You want to?
Dr. Mackey, I would like for you to prepare a similar report, and I think this report on the math task force is excellent. A similar report on the Literacy Act, we talk about it. Some of us have come on the board since it's been done. I know Ziegler works on that task force, and I know there are certain numbers appointed in the forever, and they may or may not be functioning, and I think and have that ready for us for distribution at the retreat. And subsequent to that, if we need a more in-depth report, then we can add it to the next agenda. Gratitude. Without objection.
That's a good idea.
Then I would also like us to begin to look at what the board envisions as necessary actions for our legislature. Some of us are actively involved with them already, and there are several issues that we've talked about. One, with charter commission, some of us have some modifications that I know that leadership are more than willing to entertain. There may be needs to deal with modifications of the Literacy Act. Some of these people that are appointed forever, that aren't functioning, maybe they need to relook at that. Right, and also maybe we need to modify and seek a modification in the math coaches, because somebody not getting a math coach till that 2027 is almost, never mind.
Yes.
I was gonna say ridiculous, but that would not be the appropriate thing for me to say at this time. But those are some issues, but I'd like for us to prepare that and then have that on the work session either in September or October, because we need to have our meeting of the minds and bring forth ideas that we think are important. Because I've talked with several legislators about some of these issues, and they're very, very receptive to those modifications.
Thanks, sir. Speaking of that, if I may, Connor Johnston, many of you haven't met Connor yet, but a newest member of our team. He's our legislative analyst. So if you remember Sarah Griffin, Sarah left us and got married and moved off. And we went through last legislative session without an analyst, but Connor joined us. He interned in the legislature this year. He joined us this summer. So he's our newest member here. Jessica is home under the weather right now, so.
Well, I think Connor needs to show everybody his socks.
I agree.
Show them those socks,
Yeah, it's
Connor.
Oreo socks.
Oreo socks
I don't know how
today.
he's gonna top those.
I don't
To say nothing about he's got a pink tie on now.
Well, that's right.
Be nice.
We need to
He's
put-
added a lot to
I
our
just got
team.
this
He's
side.
very perceptive, very insightful young man. We're glad to
Welcome
have
socks and all.
him. He also brought down when we have staff meetings, he brought down the average age
Oh,
considerably.
good.
We might proceed with the agenda. The next item is the fiscal budget.
So the operating budget, Dr. Payne's back here with us. I guess that's a good sign with the Lamar County's in. Dr.
Yes,
Payne?
sir, to this point it is. We've got a couple other updates on that, but all is continuing as was, no major increase at this point. Good.
So the operating budget, I'll let him come around and talk about it. Now, remember, this is separate from what we just did before. We look at this for you to approve next month. It's very little change from last year. One of the, and I know there's changes there in the travel. He can go through some of those things. One of the things that's a little bit confusing is we did get, it looks like we got a $3 million plus up from the legislature this last year, but that money was all earmarked for the unmet capital needs. So they put it in our operating line, but earmarked all of it, which means we got nothing to cover the pay raises that the legislature passed for state employees, which we're very glad to have. Now, right now, we're doing fine, money-wise, the department's fine, because one, we're passing through so much federal money, which they pay us indirect cost on. So we're not worried about that at all, but just know we're going to, it's one of the reasons he mentioned this morning, we're gonna ask the legislature for an increase next year to cover the raises and different benefits that they pass along with, and I'm glad they're doing that. But Dr. Payne, I'll let you discuss or just answer any questions.
Sure. I think they received this in the packet, so I mean, I can walk through it, or if you have a specific question, I'll be glad to answer one.
Hearing no questions, thank you, Dr. Payne.
Oh, wow.
Pretty close. Well, it's a very good budget, very conservative budget. The biggest change is we're adding the numeracy office. They're adding that out of the numeracy act, so that's good. I think the University of Montevallo has two ladies here who've been patient with us today. And so I would invite them to come up to the table if there are any questions for them. But we have only one program too. They have just the Class B elementary education program. I want to say
Early childhood.
Early childhood. I don't know why I said that. Early childhood education T through 3. Of course, University of Montevallo does a great job. Was glad to be up there earlier this week for Shelby County's school kickoff. We jammed up your roads for a while. I can tell you that.
I live 2 blocks from campus, so I could have walked faster than traffic was moving. Kind of nice. I didn't have to find parking. I'm Donna Plussel. I'm the interim dean for the College of Education and Human Development. for 2 whole months now. Dr. Courtney Bentley is our interim provost.
And I'm Cassie Ralston, I'm the department chair for teaching leadership and technology.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Absolutely. So we obviously want to add this early childhood education program. We have 3 terminal degree ECE professors on faculty already. One of those who is at present going through letters training and then intends to do the trainer of trainers. So we're incorporating that into all of our programs. Our Child Study Center is a 5-star NACE accredited child center, and so we're incorporating that into this program as well.
How do you say NACE?
It's the National Association for Early Childhood Education, NACE.
So how do your enrollment numbers look?
Well, because we've been very careful about advertising this until we're approved.
Well, I think she meant just general enrollment.
General?
Not this program.
Oh, okay. So, most recently, actually, our freshman enrollment is up a little bit from last year, so we're positive about that. We are taking into effect the other options for accreditation, so we've been able to admit more students into our teacher ed program as of today, and are looking at every new memo that comes in, as I've been interim dean, has been like, Dr. Bentley told me it's going to be like drinking from a fire hose, and she was not untruthful. So I'm keeping up with that. I have great colleagues who are helping, and we're positive. We have a tradition of producing amazing teachers throughout the state, and I've worked with the State Department as a consultant in co-teaching, co-planning, my area of special education across the state, and every place I go, they mention how good Mom Vallow is at training teachers. So it's reassuring.
Good, beautiful campus.
Thank you for coming. And
Thank you.
you know you're invited to attend all our meetings.
I was informed of that, yes.
Anytime the deans enhance the meetings and hear our discussions, and can certainly respond afterward if you have some specific things come up. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you. Well, I just have to say they're from District 3, and I'm so proud of it. And my husband's grandmother was actually a trustee on the board in, I guess, sort of the early days. And they would mention how beautiful the campus is, and it really is. Everyone should go and visit. And
Feel free to visit anytime.
Well, I'm there. My brother lives nearby, and so I take advantage every time. I just make my way around. So thank you, and thank you for being so patient with us today.
Yes.
We're long-winded.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice meeting you both.
Thank you.
Item 5.
5, the administrative code. So this is what we discussed last month. Nothing's changed. The requiring CCR, or a college career ready credential, to get a high school diploma. All the feedback I've received has been positive. I did talk to Miss McCrae, because she asked about fine arts. We worked through some of that. So there are some visual fine arts programs that qualify for will qualify for CTE through graphic design, graphic arts, those things. So some of that could. It would not cover all the fine arts though, so like drama and those things. But she talked to her superintendents, and they told her it was not a worry. They didn't think it would be a problem, and so she told me she's good with moving forward. One of the things that we want to, if y'all are up good with this, what I'd like to do is put it on the agenda next month for a vote, which of course means that it sits on it'd be 45 days later, and then in the November meeting to become final. But we really need to let school counselors know if these 8th graders making their 4-year plan are going to be required. So we'd like to go ahead and get that out. And again, I've had nothing but positive comments. Another thing we have thought about, and when we have all the board here, maybe we'll talk, So it has come to questions about other things that are in the graduation requirements. Should we just need to update our graduation requirements? And career tech especially. So one of the things we could look at, please be, now this is just beginning thinking, but Mr. Stevens helped me, Sean Stevens helped me look at what Louisiana was doing and others. So our 4x4 curriculum, we're one of the few states that requires 4x4. So 4 math, 4 English, 4 history, 4 science. Not saying do away with 4x4 because it's a great college prep curriculum, but it has hurt our career tech centers, because if you have a career tech center and you have to add in travel time, and if you want to play a sport and you have to take the 4x4, it's very hard to do all those things. So one of the things we've talked about is, could we have an option where if somebody said, I want to have a, I'm going to air quotes here, major, an academic major, which could be a CTE, I'm going to be a CTE completer and do the 3 courses, or I'm going to be a fine arts person and do at least 3 courses in fine arts sequence, then back off and say you could sub out say go to just 2 math instead of 4 math. So you'd still have to do the algebra and geometry, but you would not necessarily have to do calculus and trig, because you were doing, you said, my pathway is this CTE pathway, my pathway is the fine arts pathway. We would not be the only state to do that. In fact, most states have done that, but it's something to talk about. I don't want to tie it directly to the CCR, but just thinking, because some of y'all have asked, well, are there other things we need to change? So what it does for a district is it allows them, if they have students who want to go that route, they will say want to go into auto mechanics, and that's a big industry now because of the repair of electric cars. And they say and then they would say, I'm going to be a completer in this, and then I'll back out and maybe do only 2 science and 2 math. Then it allows the district to take those teacher units and reassign them to the Career Tech Center, especially if you've got a big district, because you need fewer math teachers and science teachers then, which also helps with the math and science teacher shortage, which the TEAMS Act helped with a lot. But it's more than I know we want to talk about at 4 o'clock this afternoon, but I think it's worth it to keep the discussion about 4:30, to keep the discussion about, if we move forward with just the CCR next month, but keep the discussion about high school graduation requirements open, and then maybe come back and do a deeper, more in-depth dive when I've got Mr. Stevens and Dr. Hall, and some of those, Dr. Hall's made it back, some of those folks here could answer some of those questions. And you might say, yeah, we don't want to do that in the end, but it would be, I think I'm hearing enough buzz out there that a lot of people would like to at least look at what the options could be. That could also include looking at our career prep standards, and that career prep course that's divided into A and B. Because one of the things we've talked about is whether we can make that career prep / financial literacy. We put financial literacy in it now, but I think even renaming it so people saw the financial literacy piece would help us. So anyway, my short recommendation to summarize that is, with your agreement, move forward with a vote next month on CCR, which would be announce the intent to amend the rule, and then to continue with some more discussions about high school graduation throughout this school year.
Dr. Mackey, while we're talking about administrative code, I think it's prudent, especially since we have an audience. This is recorded. There's an action item to be on the agenda next month to actually adopt an administrative code. Would you want to comment on that?
I think we have 5 next month.
Yeah, but that kind of puts together about discussing things in the work session that's going to be on the agenda.
Yeah. So one that I have to try to remember the July work session, the June work session. So one is we're going to pull from next month, has to do with the colleges of education and the alternative preparation programs. And I know I've talked to Dr. Richardson and Dr. McCarty some about this. So we've gotten multiple letters from deans, the most letters I've ever gotten on any issue. with concerns about some of the stuff in there. So we wanted to collect those and meet with the deans and address their concerns. Jessica Sanders was able to meet with the university, their governmental affairs people last week, and told them we're addressing it. We're gonna meet with the deans, and so I think you'll see some changes on that, and then possibly come to you in the September work session with an amended code change. We'll also have 2 rule changes, one that deals with mental health, the mental health counselors, the mental health counselor program, and the requirement that students under 14 have to opt into any kind of ongoing counseling therapy. So that rule will come out. I know there was an article in the paper on that.
I get asked
And then
about
there's-
that, but
Yes,
that exclusion,
so-
and you reference it to
Yes, sir.
SEL.
And then there will be another rule change that will come to you for the Gender Bathroom Act. There was an amendment put on and that said that teachers shall not lead a discussion, participate in a discussion, or lead a classroom lesson on gender identity in grades K-5 that is age or developmentally inappropriate, and the board shall develop a rule to enforce. The rule to enforce is that if a district finds that that has happened, then they have to turn that teacher into us for a certification case. And otherwise it just mimics the law, what the law says
And that's up for adoption, that's for next time.
for next time. Yes,
There
sir.
was a reference to the, let's say, gay law, is that the law, or is that just some of the things the press referred to it?
That's
I
just
know
the way
that.
the press referred to it. That is not in the law anywhere.
That's what I've said, but I wanted to hear that from you in this open session.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Mackey, I've got one question, and I think I might have asked it. And maybe this is me just being really picky, but about the high school diploma and the choices that they have to make.
Yeah.
Under electives, where it says local boards shall offer foreign languages, art education, physical education, wellness education, career and technical education, and driver education as electives.
Is that in the code?
Well, it's in what we just got. I don't.
Yeah, it's in the current code.
It's in the current code.
Okay, I just want to clarify.
And to me, that it appears if we say
Second
we
page.
shall offer,
Under tab 5.
As opposed to
It's-
should.
right, and driver's ed has come up recently. That some people have asked me about driver's ed, and in our, goal to prepare our young people for success after they graduate from high school, that it would be incumbent upon us to help them master driving, to be able to drive. Many jobs you have to drive. And it appears to me that we require driver's ed, that they must offer driver's ed. Am I correct
You're correct.
in the way I see that?
Based on past discussions, yes, so those things were there, not as optional, including foreign languages.
Right, so we shall, they shall offer.
Yeah.
So, okay, just wanted to
That dates
clarify.
back,
Second page.
And in some school systems require that credit for graduation.
Right,
The Athens City and other systems, it was not just an offer, you had to have it or take it.
right, and they can always go further, you're right, but I just wanna make sure that they're
I
offering.
Some even go further than that.
I was
Right.
I
And
was
thank you.
present, and it was actually a good intent. You have it interpreted accurately.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I understood it correctly.
That they have to offer.
Right,
Those
they
some of them
must
do.
offer, you don't have to take it,
Shall.
but they must offer.
Driver's ed and PE.
Okay, thank you.
Substitution.
Some substitute paying for
Telegram.
Yeah, I'll look and see. I mean,
That's actually, I was
Let's
there,
give
and
that
that was
discussion.
the understanding of the board at the time, and the wording is pretty.
So all our school systems must offer
And
driver's
see, and
ed.
some of
You
them
wanna
don't
change that,
offer
right?
driver's
No,
ed.
I
They
want
can change it, they do PE instead, so.
No, I just wanna make sure I'm understanding
It
it,
is.
so.
I'm trying to understand what you want subsequent to that.
No, just
I-
clarification.
I got it. Thank you.
Right.
All right. Any more administrative code things you need to review before we move to the?
we'll have, so there will be some more to vote on next month, you point out, because of they'll come back from the July meeting, which you remember was pretty long. We have 5 people to honor next month. They're all school counselors, school counseling month, and they'll have, you'll see, you're distinguished.
It's right on 6 through 10.
Yeah, they're not well distributed across the state. 1 and 4. It's statewide parent engagement month in October, and we'll have that resolution to adopt in September, because they want to adopt it before the first day of October. Now, if you get asked questions, it's also Dyslexia Awareness Month, it's Manufacturing Month, there's several, I think it's Principal Month, but those organizations all like for theirs to be adopted in the October meeting. For parent visitation, we adopt it in the September meeting so they can roll out the resolution before the first day of October. So just be aware, if anybody says, are we not doing Dyslexia Awareness Month this year? Are we not doing manufacture? No, but those will come to you in the September work session to be voted on in October. And then our resolution in support of military families is number 12. And these are, I think it's also Military Awareness Month, and Mr. Roller works on our military affairs stuff, as he did a great job with that this morning, but you'll see it's a general resolution. And I just don't know which districts get filled in there. It's multiple districts, so I'll get you an update on that. And then 13 is that, as I mentioned this morning, Speaker McCutcheon withdrew his 2 nominations. What's the word I'm supposed to use? Nominees. His 2 nominees for a seat, and including the current chair of the board. So the current chair of the board has not been renominated. But there are 2 new nominees. Lewis Farrer, who is a sitting board member in Madison City.
He just rotated off of that. Madison City has a system where nobody gets reappointed.
Okay. He was a board member in Madison City.
He rotates also. He's a minority, and he is from Triangle.
And Debbie Alvis, I do not know. I know Lewis because I've met him at AASP meetings. I don't know Debbie Alvis, but she's from Houston, Alabama, which I learned is in Winston County.
I do know Debbie Alvis.
You do?
Very nice.
You have their resumes. With no objection, those will be on the agenda to be voted on in September.
Sounds good.
Any other comments of this very brief work session? Hearing none, we are adjourned.
We'll see y'all at the retreat on the 24th. Okay, AASB, Sally told me they're gonna have some donuts and coffee things. Well, she didn't say donuts, breakfast food and coffee for the 30 minutes before the meeting actually starts. They have parking y'all have parking for all of them, I know.
Absolutely.
And that'll be the 24th. We'll see you there. Anything comes up, obviously,